No headphones. Hold up. Are you guys here? Here? Hold up. Okay, I literally just got back. Let me grab my headphones. I'll lift them in my switch case. One sec. I'm here. Hold up. I'm here, guys. I'm here. Hi, Ellie. No, Ellie, I'm not going out. It's okay. I just have my sandals on. Girl, calm down. Calm down. I'm right here. I'm getting my stuff. Oh, man. Okay, hold up. Grab my headphones. Alright, Ellie, I'm gonna go live. Okay, do you wanna come inside or you wanna stay out? Alright, I'm gonna close the door. Love you. This fucking dog. Ah, how you guys enjoying your Easter, man? Yeah, happy Easter, happy Sunday. Let me just open up my blinds, get some light in here. Oh, let me put on my headphones because I can't even hear my music. I always have my music come out of my my earbuds so I can't hear. Stalling again? No. Never have ever. Full cam? Beautiful. Okay, hold up. Wait. Let me quickly change. Give me 1 sec. I'll just put it over. I didn't even know that today was Easter. Really? Hold up. Actually, I didn't know either. Since I just got back last night, I set up stream, accidentally left it privated, and then I woke up and I'm like, what the? When I think it was OG or Romero. Who was it? I think one of you guys said Easter. And I'm like, what? It's Easter. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. I lost track of time for a bit. All right, but we here. We're back. We're here and we're back. I don't even know what people do on Easter. We used to find eggs when we were younger. We'd go on like little egg hunts, you know? Hey, yo, you stream early? Yeah, I know, One Valley. Is it me or no video? I think we should be good, right? All right, hold up. Let me just stall for like 5 more minutes, okay? Since it's still like morning for me, I just turned on my kettle. So my coffee is being made right now. So I don't want to start reading the chapter and then run out mid-chapter when the kettle goes off. Hold up. So we're going to play a little bit more random music. How you guys doing, man? How's your week? Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't stream for like, what, 3-4 days? Solid potion digesting? No. It's the coffee potion. Okay, hold up. This is my... I don't know what to say it. This is my SSS playlist. Mostly Elden Ring stuff. But let's switch over to Lord of Mysteries. Beautiful. Check the general chat and Discord real quick. Bet. You finished volume 1. We recently updated the entire map of Tengen and Wiki. Are you interested in looking at it? Oh shit, yes! Wind Valley. Oh my god, yes, thank you. I was thinking about that. I've been updating my notes for volume 2. I'm currently at like 240 in my notes. I've gone through like 30 chapters from volume 2 so far. I mean, that was pretty good, at least for one night yesterday. I should have done it earlier, but I didn't want to do it like at the hospital, you know, like take away time from visiting someone. So I kind of spent time with them and I wasn't really like on my phone too much. Ow. Easy, gonna advance to caffeine addict sequence. Bro, I've been on that for like a long ass time, dude. I ain't even gonna lie. Let me switch to, you said general, right? What the fuck? So this is Tengen? Wait, PC? Wait. Oh, I can turn, I'm dumb. I can just turn on screen 1. Oh, wait, PC. Is it? Okay. I'm liking this. Why the fuck is my thing so zoomed in? I'm like so zoomed in on my screen. What the fuck? It's not even showing my whole PC. I like it. So this is Tengen. Just Tengen, right? Now, can I make out anything on this picture? Tengen. Oh, this is East Borough. That's for sure, right? That's East Borough. Okay. I would assume this is the Evernight Cathedral, maybe? I feel like she has more of the... I feel like she would own more, right, of Tengen. Like Church of Evernight, right? Maybe? That's kind of what it looks like. Alright, and then... I don't know none of this over here. Hold up, hold up. Where is the harbor? I assume down here is like one of the harbors that... No, never mind. I was going to say Alger went to, but no. That was in Backlund, not Tingen. Okay, I like it. Let's go to full PC. I like it. Check my image above. Cammy. There's another image. Wait. Check my image above. Wind Valley. Easy Geeky. Lord of... Oh, this is it. Okay, let's open this up. Oh, what the fuck? It is so detailed, bro. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wait. Let me go back to PC. What the fuck? Dude, this is so detailed. Click the link below. Check out my ping at you. This is it. Wait, hold up. Can I... Hold up. Let's full screen this bitch. Yeah, okay, wait. Let me make my camera a little bit smaller. Let's get the whole thing in here. So all this is this is it. So this is Tinkin. Yeah, dude, the anime's coming out in June, bro. It's gonna be so good. But look at this. Look. We're gonna let's track where the anime is gonna go. I already know this right here on the bottom. That's Morristown, right? This has to be Morristown, right? Because it said it was a small. Oh, how did I know that was Morristown, dude? I told you. It literally said Morristown was like a small little region. That's so funny. Look at that. I caught that right away, bro. It's an interactive map. Morristown, Raymondtown. I don't know this one. I don't remember this one. I remember Morristown was brought up. So the one in the middle has to be Church of Evernight. Civic Square. Okay, that's Civic Square. Tingen City Hall. Oh, these are the churches. St. Selena Cathedral. So this is one of the early on churches. St. Selena Cathedral, River and Sea Cathedral. Which one is this one at Eastboro? Holy Numerix Cathedral. This is Eastboro though, right? This whole area right here? Oh, Tingen University was in East... No, what? Wait, whoa, hold up. Tingen University, Hoi University, Tingen Barrister College, Tingen Business School. Oh, so this is where Benson goes. Is this where he was originally going? Ray B. Oh shit, these are for people. That's west. Really? Oh, okay. Tingen doesn't have Eastboro. Oh, I'm so dumb. You're right. Eastboro is Backlund. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. What am I saying, dude? Sorry, we're talking about, like, I'm over here, like, because we're in Bowling too. We're in Backlund. Where is Lower Street? Would it be down here? Oh, Tristy's Hideout. Amen. What's with the X? Mr. Frank. Who was? I don't even remember a Mr. Frankie. No, it does have East. East is University. Yeah, so this would be the University side, right? A Zix residence. That makes sense because he was part of Koi, right? Madam Sharon's residence. Joyce Mayer's residence. Ray Bieber's residence. Yep. I don't remember who's Mr. Frankie. I'll tell you that. Tristy's Hideout. Old Moretti's residence. Oh, so this was Lower Street. If this was their old residence, right? So Lower Street would have been like around this area. I guess that makes sense, right? Because it's like south of Tingen, right? Scott's. Who the hell was Scott? Oh, the new Moretti. Yeah, is when they moved up. The market. Where's the underground market? The underground. Oh, you're right here. Braveheart Bar. So this is around the underground market area where you meet like Adamisio, right? The first episode covers the first 1450. Ooh, it's gonna be so good. Wasn't Mr. Frankie the landlord? Or are you talking about the old Moretti land? Yeah. Oh, from their old building. Frankie was the landlord of the old Moretti. I guess, right? Because they had a landlord here, and I remember like, oh, we're gonna buy you out, right? Like we'll just buy out. Like they had like a 2-month annual contract or something like that, right? Oh, is this a divination club? Damn, look at this. I don't remember a veterans club. Plus, LOTM chats were mostly descriptions. Yeah, and I feel like the anime would be able to cover that pretty quickly, right? Yeah, if it's just a description, I feel like they'd rather show it to you, like, oh, like you would see like the architecture, right, of a city or whatever, rather than like having a whole chapter explain it. Old News residents. Oh, wait. Where's the Nighthawks headquarters? How far do they have to go? Because Old Neo's all the way up here when they visited him, right? Veterans Club, Divination Club, St. Selena, Tingen Steam Railway. Oh, look at that. You know where they went right there. Half the Texas Klein lampooning. Yeah, I can see that, dude. So they went from here, from Blackthorn Security Company, all the way to Old Neo's. Thank you. Henry Private Investigation. Oh, the detective. Gusev's residence. Tingen Household Servants. This is such a cool map, bro. Yeah, but opening ending isn't showing anything for the episode. Ooh, they might save it. I feel like it's a trope, right? Or like really hyped up anime where they don't even show you the opening or anime or the opening or ending, and they save it for like the second usually how it is, like episode 1 plays, and then at the very ending you'll hear the opening but you don't see it, and then you gotta wait till like the second week, right? I feel like that's kind of how it's always been. Oh wait, no, this is the Evil Dragon bar and the Braveheart bar. This was the underground market. This is an insane ass map. Wind Valley, how did you guys even figure this out, bro? This is so wild. Metalworks Factory. Ray Bieber. This is where they ran into Justin Bieber, right? So it's wild. Can I zoom in? Oh my god. Oh, I can go full screen. Even better. This is even better. This is from the physical book. The Chinese landmark name is on the map. Oh, you translated it. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Because I'm like, I can't read this, bro. No, so it's from the physical book. Okay, so this is from the physical Chinese book. Oh, and this is labeled. I got it. That makes sense. I was like, how the did Wind Valley calculate all the locations, bro? I was like, I wouldn't even be able to do this, bro. So this is Koi River, Tingen. This is so cool, dude. This is a sick ass map, dude. I'm so hyped for the Yen Press book. I'm going to Anime Expo in July, and I know the. Oh wait, no, I'm dumb. That doesn't make sense. The physical Yen Press book comes out in June, so I'm definitely gonna get that. And I'm hoping by the time that happens, Yen Press would have like at least a somewhat big spot for Lord of Mysteries. Like, I hope Lord of Mysteries gets the spotlight it deserves at the Yen Press booth, like when we go to Anime Expo this year. I'm praying. I'm hoping, bro. I'm hoping it gets the respect it deserves. Yeah, it's the Yen Press one? Oh, really? Oh, so this is gonna be the Yen Press one. The Justin Bieber fight was lit, bro. That Justin Bieber fight, I mean, hold up. We don't want to get into too many spoilers, but Justin Bieber was crazy in this volume, bro. That was wild. This is a cool map. I like it. Not sure. People saying a lot of details are cut due to the timeline. I mean, we'll see. Care around Anime Expo like the Bible and get more devotees. I'll be like, hey, have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Lord of the Mysteries? Hi. Have you heard of Lord of the Mysteries? Okay, yeah. Like, read chapter 1, episode 1, disciple 1 of our gospel, you know? Like, and I won't be handing out business cards. Hi, follow me on YouTube at Easy Geeking. We'll be reading it together. Like, tune in next Monday morning for next gathering. That'd be so funny, dude. Oh, that'd be wild, dude. Oh, that'd be so fucking hilarious. All right, let's read, bro. I think my coffee's ready. Dude, who fucking told me to walk around with one? Right? Who said it? It was you, right, Romero? Bro, Romero, I'm gonna fucking do it. Like, hi, have you heard of Lord of the Mysteries? Okay. We're gonna do more Shadow Slave. Yeah, once I end stream and I'm uploading it, I'm gonna be reading more. Right now, I'm gonna just be reading Lord of Mysteries since I fell behind like a couple days since I was at the hospital. But when we end stream, I'm gonna read more. Wiz is catching up, bro. What the fuck? I was tuning in every time I got a fucking notification. I'm like, damn, this guy, he is grinding right now. I'm like, this bitch almost read 100 chapters in a week. What Audrey cosplay? Hold on, let me go get my coffee. Hey, bro, yeah, he gonna catch up. He gonna catch up. I'll be on. I wouldn't be shocked if he passes me, dude. I would not be shocked if he passes me. So let me go get my coffee. I'm gonna lock in, and we're gonna raid for a couple hours today. Check my funny meme in general, bro. Bet. Let me see. Let me check general then. Before we start reading. Wait, you're gonna have to ping me again. He might finish volume 2 within a week. Yeah, I was looking at his pace, man. I think he's gonna do it. General? Cammy, where's your meme? Wait, you gotta post it again, bro. Oh, I see it. Audrey, huh? What dress should I wear for this party? I already wore this one last week. That average Derek subplot. That's so mean. That is so mean. The average Derek subplot. Bro, really swindled us with the Audrey cosplay? Taken from the land of... No. We're still gonna have it. Hold up. There's just no ETA yet. All right, let me go get my coffee and then we'll get started, okay? I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're gonna lock in, okay? After this stream, I need to buy a new fucking SSD, bro. I'm scared. I'm scared for today's recording. Ooh, I'm low-key scared for today's recording because... Wait, before we start, let me check how much space I fucking have. I think I need to put everything on the cloud or something, man. Fuck, I need to do something. Do you guys have any good recommendations for, like, cloud services that are cheap and affordable? I'm at 176 gigs. 6-hour stream locking. We're fucking locking in, bro. We're gonna read however much we can read, man. Look, don't make fun of me. He speaks several lines in trailer 1 and 2. Look, don't make fun of me, guys. I'll watch WrestleMania, okay? All I care about today is the main event fight with John Cena and Cody Rhodes. That's all I care about. So, I can stream up until that point, and I'm chilling. But we're gonna lock in. Oh wait, hold up. Let me move this down here, so I can see you guys. Hold up. My bad. I had it switched around. Let me move my fan art down here. By the way, if you guys do make fan art, join our Discord and put it on the artwork, and I can add it down here. It's fun, man. Even Klein felt wait, what? The way he speaks? I mean, we'll see what happens, right? I mean, every adaptation is different, but I know you're gonna do it justice, bro. King's Avatar looks so good, man. That was like my first Chinese anime, my first Chinese donghua. I fucking loved it. I know they're not gonna let us down. Are you guys ready? We're gonna lock in, okay? I have about 170 gigs. A really long video will be like 40, 50 gigs. I trust them. So I think we're good. I think we're good for today's recording, and then I gotta go by memory. That, or I have to fucking put everything on the cloud. I think today's recording is gonna be my last one that I'm gonna record right now, and then I'm gonna transfer everything. I'm gonna see how we're gonna try to make this work. We're gonna make this work. We're gonna make it work. I'm not gonna stress about it. We're just gonna do the recording, and hopefully it doesn't get full. All right, let me get my playlist down here. Let me pop out chat, and we're gonna lock in for several hours today. We're gonna make up for so much lost time. I mean, wait, quick side story as I'm setting this up, man. When I was at the hospital for a few days, it was kind of scary, man. It's scary being at the being at the hospital. Even though like the goal is to make sure everybody gets discharged, it's scary, bro. But like one funny story was the nurses next over gave a patient medication, right? They gave him like a pretty strong dose of meds, and they put him to sleep. And I guess they forgot, like they gave him meds and he knocked out, bro. So they were like, wake up, sir. Are you with us? And it was so early in the night. And then it was like 3, 4 in the morning when I woke up. And then when they heard him gasp for air, they started laughing. They're like, oh my God, we gave him meds, you idiot. Oh, that's why he didn't respond. He's like, I thought he died. And I'm like, oh shit, dude. It's like, please. It's like, no, don't mess around, dude. And then when they went to the person that I was visiting, they said the wrong name and they gave him a shot. I was like, no, like they didn't give him the wrong shot, right? I called back and double checked. Oh, it was scary, man. I didn't recognize him. Guess I need to rewatch. Last chapter number on stream. Oh, you're right. Chapter titles are not up. Thank you for reminding me. Good call. But we're good. I thought we heard Klein done Olger, Audrey, and stuff, but not Leonard. I mean, we'll see what's gonna happen. All right, let's move this. I have an ebook of Elohim with a better translation. You want it? You can probably send it as a PDF, Romero. Yeah. Really? I worked at a pediatric hospital for a few years. The worst part was when the patient's parents lose it and get violent with the staff. Man, I can see that, man. It's hard, bro. I have nothing but respect for them, man. It's a hard job. It's a heavy job, dude. Leonard speaks right after done. Well, here, let's read 403 for now, and then we'll take a look at that then after. I got you, Romero. Dude, we need to talk about fucking Sinners. Like when I take a quick break, that movie was incredible, bro. Sinners, I know we're barely in April, bro, but I think it's the best movie of the year. If you guys haven't watched it, watch the trailer for Sinners. I privated my reaction for the first trailer because it was getting acclaim. I'm like, I'm not gonna bother with this, but damn, it was so good. But dude, if you guys have free time after stream, go fucking watch Sinners. That movie was like breathtaking, dude. Don't look up trailers. Just go in blind if you don't know anything about it. But you guys, I think I turned on my virtual camera. We're good? We're good? False alarm. Okay. Wait, trying to fix it. Okay. Are you guys ready? We've been gone for a few days, but we have officially started the recording. I'm sorry, I've been stalling for how many minutes? I've been stalling for like 20 minutes trying to set up. And there's been 34, 35 of you guys here this entire time, so thank you. But today, we are gonna hit 1,800 subs, bro. That is so cool. Thank you. We've been MIA for a few days because of IRL, but we're back. We're better. We're stronger. And I always say that when I'm randomly gone. But today, we'll be reading Lord of Mysteries, Start of the Audio Spike. We are at chapter 403, volume 2. And we got to keep up the pace because Anime Wiz is catching up, man. It's making me feel sad that somebody else is catching up to me. But we're going to keep up the pace. And we're going to win. No, I'm kidding. It's not a competition. But chapter 403. The Fate of a Private Detective. Did I read that right? Or did I read it wrong? Yes. The Fate of a Private Detective. Are you guys ready? At 2K, you will do a Trissy cosplay. Hey, yo, Vex said that, not me. But you know what? I still have my Audrey cosplay, you know? I'm a man of my words. You know, we didn't put a time frame on it. Actually, I lied. I think we did put a time frame. Don't hear music? No, we're gonna raise it more. All right, let's keep reading though. Let's fucking keep reading. Don't hear music anymore. Yeah, I think I put it a little bit too low. It's so weird. Hold up. Let me fix my music on Spotify. Let's lower this up a bit. Okay, my music is up. I'm gonna turn it down here a bit. When it's too loud, let me know, okay? Sip of coffee. We're gonna get ready. Sorry, I spilled my fucking creamer. 3K Megoose. Oh, hey guys. I'm not fucking doing Megoose one right now, bro. So long as there isn't a massive gap between you and Wiz, it's all good. Because if he blasts the volume in half, and the future discussions are gonna be tricky. Yeah, I know. It's so funny. I slipped up and mentioned the world, but I was at least smart enough to say apparition instead of saying the world. I was like, so you've seen like his apparition, right, in the Grey Fog? The fact, maybe he could have interpreted it as, oh, when he summons himself, right? Like his apparition, like his spirit. But no. You guys were like, no. And then he fucking told me the volume 2 title. God damn it. Ah, shit. I'm not even fucking mad he told me the volume 2 title. It's honestly fucking hype, bro. It's honestly fucking hype. Oh my god, we hit 1,800. Thank you. You weren't the spoiler. Wiz was the spoiler. Yeah, dude, I'll be honest, my notes came in clutch. Because there was parts when I'm like, when he was saying sequence 0, I had to keep like the hardest poker face. I'm like, oh, that's a really good theory. And I never thought about that. And I remember in my notes, I did put an extra tab. And I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. I'm like, 1, 2, 3. Like, why the fuck is there 10 tabs instead of 9? But we did it, dude. We fucking did it. 1,800. Thank you. Yeah, he did. Let's fucking read, man. He found out sequence 0. Oh, he did. I don't even remember if I thought about sequence 0. Maybe. Oh, wait. I think I said along the lines that once you fully digest it, maybe you become a god. That's exactly what he said when he saw sequence 0 yesterday. Wiz cooked 3-star. he cooked a full course, bro. Let's fucking keep reading, man. Dude, before we start, I know it's been like 30 minutes. I had such a fun time talking to Wiz, man, about Lord of Mysteries. Because I chat with you guys, right? But then I also noticed I cut him off a few times. Because I was really excited to finally talk to somebody about Lord of Mysteries. I know I definitely cut him off. I know I apologize. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry I cut you off like a few times. I know saying it, but I feel bad looking back at the video. I'm like, damn, he's like, he wanted to give a really good point, and then I'm like, oh, anyways, and I'm like this. I felt bad. But I know it was fun. It was fun show. We had a good time. It was our first collab, so I'll do better next time, okay, guys? Yeah, we did plan to do something on the weekends, right? Clearly not this weekend since I just got back, but maybe next weekend or in 2 weeks. But we'll see. Let's keep reading. Let's do this. And then when I'm off stream, I'm gonna read a little bit more of Shadow Slave. You accidentally made an extra column in your notes. Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, it could be sequence 0. I think what I'm gonna do though for highlights right now, I'm gonna go back and find all the fight parts, all the fight segments. I'm gonna turn it into a short, and then I'm gonna turn them into highlights, and then I'm gonna try and go through all my old VODs, and so I can like find all those like funny little moments, and then make them into like shorter videos, and then have like a highlight section. But you both made a mistake saying the symbol was a true creator. Did we? I think we did. Yeah, we both had some goofs, you know, dude. I'm so hyped when we're both caught up and we both finish season 2. But for that to happen, I need to stop stalling. You both were saying yes. You both made a mistake saying the symbol is a true creator. You know what's fucking wild? Oh, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. I'm stalling again. Dr. Bro, after going through that picture and going through my notes in volume 2, Klein was theorizing like maybe everything really did come from an omnipotent, like omniscient God, right? Like I didn't mean true creator. I meant like the creator. My bad. That's what I meant. I meant the creator, like the creator, like the one that made everything, right? Where everything came from. So I assume what happened, all the pieces, if you add them up, it's 22 pieces, maybe more, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is the original creator. The original creator, like the creator. And even Dave speculated like, oh, from him came everything, right? Like from darkness, this and that. Yeah. No, I remember that. I remember the whole like mythology thing on it. Everything came from him. And even Klein speculated like, oh, all characteristics were a part of him, right? That's why like you can neither create nor destroy them. That's where the whole law of like the whole characteristic law came from, because they all come from him. And then it was so wild. I was going through volume 2. And even he was like, wait, so it's like, and then they revealed that like even gods can go mad. And then even he said along the lines like, wait, does that mean that the end of days would be when we only have mad gods? And then they're over here talking about the fucking apocalypse that's in like a couple decades. And then Klein is like, shit, like what's gonna happen? Remember when you read the creation myth, the ancient races mentioned were the same races as the ancient gods of the second epoch. I don't remember that. Guys, stop stalling him. Wait, speaking of stalling, Ellie wants to come in, and then we're getting started. Ellie, are you gonna come in or not? Girl, come here, did you miss me? You miss me. Wow. Hey, I gotta go live now. Okay, I'm go live. I love you. Here, say hi to her before we start. Hi, I love you. I gotta go live now. Okay. I know we're not going out for a walk, but I'm gonna be reading Lord of Mysteries for a few hours, okay? I love you. Thank you for sleeping with me last night. I know it was hard without me, but I miss you. I'm back. But Ellie, we gotta lock in. We're gonna read Lord of Mysteries now, okay? She looks so sad. Sequence 0 Ellie, could you please read the author's notes for the end of volume 2? Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. No, I'm gonna read it on stream. I think I'm gonna read those author notes after we finish volume 2. I know. Look, next weekend, my streams are only gonna be like 2 to 3 hours. That's probably what we're gonna do. Well, let's go. You guys ready? We're locking in. Shit, hold up. Let me see what Ellie does. Go lay down. Take a nap. Take a nap. Take a nap. Let me see what she does. Because if she lays down, we'll keep reading. If she goes to the dorm, I'll let her out. Are you all done? Ellie, they're gonna think I'm teaching you how to stall. You gotta stop. Now they think you're stalling. Don't get mad at me. You gotta go out. No, go out. Fucking Ellie, dude. Wiz just got 10 chapters in a while you stall. This is where we do it. This is where we're gonna make up for fucking lost time, man. Fucking buckle up, gamers and book readers. And Romero, that's honestly an amazing idea to walk around with Lord of Mysteries. The Lord of Mysteries volume at Anime Expo. Holy shit, Romero. That's gonna be such a fucking funny ass video. We're gonna walk around and ask people, have you heard of Lord of Mysteries? Never before seen levels of stalling. I know, holy shit, man. We've ascended today. I really think we ascended today when it comes to the stalling pathway. We've been stalling for 30 minutes. We've reached new heights. Shooting for 40 minutes next time. Chapter 403. Wait, I lied. I don't even have my timestamps. wait. Before we fuck up the video even more, 1 minute and 33 seconds. This chapter 403. I'm sorry. I know you guys are mad. I know. I'm sorry. I know some of you guys only care about the read-throughs. Some of you guys like don't mind if I stall or not. But happy Easter. We're here. Whew, holy shit, dude. Can't wait for an entire stream of stalling. That's gonna be a funny ass stream. I think I will unironically prime you guys. I'm gonna hit you guys with like, hey man, we're gonna have a big stream on April 1st. We're gonna be reading Lord of Mysteries for 24 hours, April 1st. So get ready. And you know what we're gonna be doing. You don't know how much you've guessed. That's scarily close to the real things, especially sequence 4 Beast Tamer Fiasco. That was pretty funny. How far do you think you can read in the stream? I have the whole day off. Except for the John Cena and Cody Rhodes fight. And then when I end stream and upload the video, I do need to figure out how to transfer all my stuff to a cloud service or buy another external hard drive. But let's start. Let's start and we can talk about that after. Because I feel bad. I have been stalling for a really long time. Chapter 403 is called The Fate of Private Detective. He's dead. Will Ossipton is dead. And he seems to have been dead for some time. Could this be fake? Klein looked at the body of the child in surprise and suspicion as many thoughts bubbled in his mind. From what he knew, Will Ossipton was a special child who can be evolved with a sequence... What? He was a special child who could be involved with a sequence 1 of the monster pathway, Snake of Mercury, in some way. Oh, Snake of Mercury was sequence 1, and then sequence 0 was called Snake of... I was going through my notes. How do I not remember this? Yeah, sequence 1, Snake of Mercury in some way. In the divination game he played, a casual doctor, your luck will get worse, was enough to make Aaron suffer from bad luck for an extended period of time. Is luck tied to fate? Because I remember monsters tied to fate, right? The paper crane, like, it's primarily based on fate. The paper crane he folded allowed Aaron's astral projection to be located in the spirit world and be instilled with artificial revelations. Even about the gray fog, Klein only received an inkling from his location and couldn't come to an effective conclusion. How could such a child die for no reason? He was dead before Dr. Aaron's dreams. What about his family? Klein narrowed his eyes, and despite his intense nausea, he carefully examined his highly rotted body. He noticed the torn cards in the surrounding soil. It's gross, man. His spiritual intuition told him that the corpse in front of him was most likely Will Ossipton. It's really shocking and difficult to understand. I should go above the gray fog and confirm if it's a fake death from Will Ossipton. Wait, what does this have to do with me? I had already decided to get involved in this matter any further, in case I get entangled by some Snake of Mercury. This might be even more terrifying than sealed artifact 008? No way. Klein snapped out of his daze and said to a terrified tombkeeper and Dr. Aaron, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, called the police. Okay. The tombkeeper was taken aback at first before he repeated his reply. With a shovel in hand, he turned and ran out of the woods at a speed that was as fast as it appeared, as though he was being chased by a zombie. As expected, he's just an ordinary person and isn't cautious at all. In this kind of situation, shouldn't he be wary of people around him who might be malicious, who might have malicious intent? By exposing your back, it would be easy for you to be hit by a shovel. Klein glanced at the back of the tombkeeper and shook his head with a sigh. When he was a Nighthawk in Tingen, he had read a lot of case files and found out that many of the victims had ended up becoming victims of their companions. Damn. It's the ones you know, right? Thinking of this, Klein walked to Dr. Aaron, bent down, and stretched out his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's already dead. It's the death that scares me. Aaron calmed down a bit, and without accepting Klein's help, he got up by himself. His black frock coat was covered with dirt, and Klein felt his heart pain from clothes. He felt his heart pain for the clothes for some baffling reason. I'm the kind of person who can't stand seeing anything valuable get damaged. He inwardly sighed with emotion. Noticing that Aaron was still panicking, Klein laughed and said, at such times, praying to the deity you believe in is quite a remarkable effect. Is that so? Aaron was stunned. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, chanted softly, the Evernight goddess is nobler than the stars, more eternal in eternity. Your devotee believer prays for your blessings. Repeating this over and over again, he gradually calmed down, no longer feeling as terrified as before. Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and silently whispered himself, God of steam and machinery, you completely unfaithful believer. You're completely unfaithful believers begging for your blessings. That's so funny, dude. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh at himself, suspecting that he might be smited to death by lightning on the spot. However, lightning and thunder belong to the Lord of Storms, and it isn't in the domain of the god steam machinery, Klein thought in a relaxed manner. After about 20 minutes, the two of them found themselves sitting in an interrogation room at a nearby police station. During the testimony, Klein frankly informed the police that he was a private investigator who wasn't too sure of what was happening. As for Dr. Aaron, he described his dream in details and the reason for digging to find the body. Klein could tell... I'm reading wrong. Klein could tell that the police didn't believe him at all, but after they had gone out for a while, they immediately changed their attitude, saying that there was nothing suspicious about Dr. Aaron and Detective Moriarty. All they had to do was sign their statements and leave. Aaron was surprised, but Klein wasn't surprised. It was obvious that the Nighthawks had been involved. The advantage of having the doctor head to the Myriad Star Cathedral in advance was demonstrated. Before leaving the police station, Klein was surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the night. Oh, you're right. One did enter his dream. It was the Nighthawk who had entered his dream earlier. The man on duty. Who is it? The man on duty was probably a captain. He was still wearing a gray windbreaker and was obviously more resistant to the cold than Klein. His blue eyes were swept past Klein's face without any signs of abnormality, pretending to be an ordinary senior inspector. Klein, who was also pretending to be an ordinary private detective, nudged his glasses, put on his half-top hat, and left the station with Dr. Aaron in the carriage. After instructing his carriage driver to head to Ming Street first, Aaron turned to Klein and said, Sherlock, do you think this will be the end of it? If that body really belongs to Will Ossipton, then you shouldn't be troubled any longer. Klein paused and continued, Aaron, have you found anything else that's strange during this period of time, regardless of what it is? Aaron thought about it and shook his head. No. This is worth celebrating. Klein sighed and said with a smile, to him, this was the best way things could end with Will Ossipton matters. Although the paper crane Klein had folded above the gray fog wouldn't reveal anything, and there wouldn't be no problems with any divination afterwards, he was still a little worried. After that some Nighthawk would suddenly think of something and use it to find some clues. And now with the death of Will Ossipton, the case might soon reach a dead end, put it in the archives and temporarily declare a closed case. No one will pay any more attention to it without any new developments. Aaron relaxed and asked suspiciously, frankly, I don't think my statement was very convincing. Why did the cops choose to believe it at the end? I don't know either. Klein feigned puzzlement and said, I thought I'd have to get my lawyer to take me home again. No, bail me out. Aaron smirked and said, Sherlock, you seem to have a lot of experience in being sent to the police station. Tell me about it. Klein laughed and replied in a deep voice, it's the fate of every private detective. Just as Klein and Aaron were being taken to the police station near Grim Cemetery, Fours Wall was wearing a long black dress and a black bonnet with a fine mesh hanging down. She entered the silent cemetery and found the grave for Miss Aulisa. Oh, the old lady. She and Shield had gone to Empersborough an hour ago to visit Viscount Glaint, and they had successfully gotten a verbal agreement for borrowing £400 without any interest. Viscount Glaint's only request was that the two Beyonders accompanying him to the gathering. Mr. A would convene tonight to ensure his safety. He was anxious to protect a royal jellyfish venom crystal so that he could complete the connection to the apocryphy potion. Audrey had found the horn of an adult flying unicorn in the family treasury, and she had taken one out in the name of doing a biological experiment, effectively offsetting part of her debt. She also put forward an additional condition for Viscount Glaint to get the help of Duke Negan's children to confirm that the dragon specimen in the treasury had a 1,000-faced hunter. Isn't that what Klein needs? Convenient. Let me read it once we finish the chapter. I'm embarrassing myself over here. Yeah, this is the faceless ingredients, right? A 1,000-faced hunter, and whether there were still light dots flashing inside. When the loan was settled, Ford was in no hurry to pray to Mr. Fool to close the deal as quickly as possible because it would make Shio intuitively turn suspicious if things turned to develop quickly. Taking advantage of her free time, she changed her clothes and rented a horse carriage to get to Grim Cemetery, which was located on the outskirts of Westborough. Knowing the law beyond her characteristics, conservation, and the indestructibility, Forrest realized that the main ingredient that turned her into a apprentice was the beyond her characteristic. Thank you. Look at that, we passed 1,800. Thank you. Forrest realized that the main ingredient turned her into an apprentice was the beyond her characteristics left behind by Miss Olisa. In a way, she had inherited her powers. Oh, in a way, she had inherited her powers. Just like a kid could, like, technically inherit, like, the parents beyond her ones, right? Well, if they're high sequence, I remember that. Therefore, she couldn't help but pay a visit to put a bouquet of flowers in front of Miss Elisa's grave and thank her. It was early winter, and most of the flowers had long since withered, but Forrest still brought a handful of plain flowers. These flowers were grown in a greenhouse and were quite expensive. Thank you, Emperor Roselle, for your invention. Forrest said inwardly in a most sincere manner. As far as she knew, most of the flowers that the nobles used for their winter banquets came from greenhouses, while a tiny portion was delivered directly from the warm south by airships. This was more than the average middle-class worker could bear. Standing in front of the black tombstone, Forrest took a deep look at the photograph of Miss Olisa before bending down to lay down the flowers and whispered, "Thank you." She immediately straightened up, closed her eyes, and quietly recalled the past. At this moment, she heard a slightly aged voice. Is it Olisa or the husband? You really are a good and kind-hearted lady. Forrest opened her eyes and turned her head, realizing that Mr. Lawyer from the Abraham family had also appeared there at some point. He was also holding a bouquet of plain but elegant flowers in his hand. No, this is not the goddess, nor is it kindness. Miss Olisa once gave me a person who had lost her mother an unforgettable period of warmth. Forrest said sincerely. Wait, what? No, this is not goodness, nor is it kindness. Miss Olisa once gave me a person who had lost her mother an unforgettable period of warmth. Forrest said sincerely. Her eyes were suddenly moist. Oh. Lawrence, who'd only had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, put down the flowers inside. This shows that you value relationship. After chatting for a while, when Forrest was about to leave, Lawrence, who was waving her goodbye, suddenly began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed until his legs buckled and fell to the ground. It seemed to be as if he would die at any moment from suffocation. As a doctor who had graduated from an accredited school, Forrest didn't hesitate to turn around, crouched down, and began to perform first aid. After a while, Lauren's condition finally stabilized. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Forrest, lady, can you take me back to the hotel? No problem. Forrest helped him to his feet. Lawrence looked ahead, his eyes a little out of focus. He coughed lightly and he said with a sad and self-deprecating laugh, "My life might be coming to an end?" What? Is his time almost up? Okay, let's hold up. Let's keep reading, man. This got a little sad out of nowhere. shit, man. Let me do my timestamp. I don't know, man. After being at the hospital for like who knows how many days, man, if things went south, I probably would have fucking started crying reading this fucking chapter. Holy shit, dude. Nah, what the fuck, man? There's like too many dead people in this chapter, man. This shit fucking got to me. Whew. Fuck, man. We're good, though. Update? Thank you, man. Oh, my God. I forgot to update. Okay, 404. Mr. Lawrence from the hit From Suffocating Bloodborne. I sent you that PDF on Discord, okay? Okay. Let me see. Well, I mean, if you want, I can read from there next stream, Romero, if that's easier. Just since I don't know exactly what part we're at, it'll probably take me a while to find it. We don't want people to think I'm stalling too much. Hi, Sui. Hello, everyone. Holy shit, there's fucking 40 of you guys here. What the fuck? Damn, there are so many of you guys here. Oh my God, thank you. Are you guys ready? Chapter 404. No stalling. There's 40 of you guys here. We got to keep up the pace. Chapter 404. Thank you, man. There's 40 plus of you guys here. 404 is called Entrust. Westboro, Carla Pensa Hotel forced up Lawrence into his room and laid him down on the bed. It was a rather luxurious hotel with thick, soft, grayish-yellow carpets everywhere except for the washroom. On the walls hung imitations of famous oil paintings. Lawrence grasped her air and said, "Thank you, Miss Wall, and please forgive a dying man for not being able to bow." "No, Mr. Lawrence, your problem has ease. As a former medical doctor, I can tell you without a doubt that you can still live. After some rest, we'll get you to a clinical or a hospital. Forrest consoled him." Lawrence smiled. "I know my physical condition very well. You don't have to comfort me. Besides, I'm an amateur astrologer. I already had a premonition that I'm going to die in this hotel in Backland." Aside from the superficial concealment, everything he said was the truth. He was already close to 80, and he was no longer the robust and spirited young man from before. If not the sequence potions that elevated his... No way. If stream crashes and ends, we're gonna restart right away, okay? Yeah, so my stream crashed, but we're good. It says my condition is excellent. We're good. Hell no, rip stream. No, we're good. We're back, right? What the fuck? Why the fuck does stream crash when there's fucking almost 50 of you guys here, dude? Wait. Hold up. We're good, though. We're good. We're back. It just... My OBS hard crashed, but the recording is still going. Oh, please don't crash and fuck up my recording. But we're back. We're good. So now I have to manually end stream up here. But I can still... We're good. We're live. Just heads up. If stream does randomly crash, we're going to restart stream right away. But we're good. We're good. But we still have OBS open so I can do the recording. Even the PC stalls. Shit, man. Today really is stream day. Happy fucking Easter. Stream died and came back to life on Easter. Fucking Red Devil. I should not laugh at that. The stalling potion is leaking out, bro. It went from me to my dog to my fucking PC. Oh, shit. Is YouTube next? No, I'm kidding. Let's keep going, dude. Okay, we're good. We're back. Aside from the superficial concealment, everything he said was the truth. He was already close to 80, and he was no longer the robust and spirited young man from before. If not for the sequence potions that elevated his constitution, he might have already been buried in some random cemetery. Originally, Lawrence thought he could live for another 10 years, but who would have thought that he would have encountered rebellion caused by the former traveler, Botus? He suffered relatively serious injuries at the hand of the Aurora Order? What? Name drop. Well, I remember the Traveler, but was his name Botus? Really? He suffered relatively serious injuries at the hands of the Aurora, and his remaining descendants all died in disaster. This dealt him a great blow, and he almost didn't manage to recover from it. The search for his brothers and their descendants in Backland had only resulted in him receiving news of their deaths, dealing him a significant blow to his mental well-being once more. Compounded by all these things, Lawrence clearly felt that his life had come to an end. His initial plan was to return to the graves of the Labero and Alisa. The graves of Labero and Alisa again and present a bouquet of flowers. He would then return immediately and meet with the members of the Elder Council and set things in order before his death. But being an elderly man, his condition was beyond his control. Without waiting for a response from Forrest, Lawrence struggled to retrieve a palm-sized notebook from the inside pocket of his half-open coat. The hard paper covered the notebook with bronze green, giving off a very ancient feeling. On its surface, the words came. I came, I saw, I record was written in ancient Basic. Lawrence placed the notebook on the quilt in front of his chest and took a deep breath. Miss Wall, if I die here, can you help me send it to Prince Harbor? Mr. Lawrence, you'll be fine. Forrest empathized. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the notebook and found that it wasn't thick at all. There was a total of 3 types of paper inside, one in a number of pages. Great difficulty. Great difficulty. I mean, Miss Wall, would you help me? Prince Harbor isn't far. It's not even a trip. If it needs to be rushed, and I can even make the round trip in half a day and be taken off the steam locomotive, Forrest nodded. Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief as if his mind seemed to recover a little. After I die, wait 10 minutes, retrieve the glowing object from my body, and then send it along with a notebook to Durain Gray at Prince Harbor Fishermen Association. The 42 pounds in cash in my wallet will be rewarded, and my gratitude. As for the clothes of mine, let it turn to ash alongside of me. No, you don't need to give me anything. You'll be fine, Mr. Lawrence, Forrest said earnestly. As if he hadn't heard her, Lawrence whispered to himself, maybe Dorian will give you additional rewards, but it depends on you. I believe you. From Elisa's manner, I can tell that you're a good girl. He suddenly seemed to turn lucid and said to Forrest, Miss Wall, can you go down to the first floor and bring me a jug of water? I don't know when the waiter will come over. No problem. Without thinking, Forrest took a water jug and walked out of the room. After walking a few steps, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. The water jug in her hand was heavy, and there was obviously a lot of water in it. Just as she was about to turn around and ask, she suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of spirituality in the room. That was, for a moment, Forrest froze, and then she understood what Mr. Lawrence was trying to do. As death approached, he could clearly sense that something was wrong with his body. He was afraid of losing control and turning into a monster. Remember? Last time... I saw record. I don't remember the last time I read it. Well, here, let me just read this part. Let me see what's happening. And then we'll try and digest that quote. As death approached, he could clearly sense that something was wrong with his body. He was afraid of losing control, turning into a monster. He wanted to die as a human, not as a monster, so he chose... And that's so sad. So he chose to end his own life. This was the last form of decency from a Beyonder. Of course, if he had turned into a monster, all his plans would have come to naught. With this in mind, Forrest became dejected. She waited outside for nearly 10 minutes before she pushed open a door and entered. She saw Lawrence lying silently on the bed, looking like he had aged considerably. Beside him was a diamond the size of an eye. The light which had shone in through the window was constantly refracted by the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the radiance of the stars. Forrest sighed and performed a careful examination. She found that the cause of Lawrence's death was the most ordinary form of a cardiac arrest. Sherwood Borough, 15 Mink Street. Klein rested for a while after getting home. He then went above the gray fog, having plans to divine the situation with Will Ossipton. He had the paper crane flying out of the trash pile in the corner and made it land on the long bronze table in front of him. Then he took out a topaz pendant that was wrapped around his sleeve. As he held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein used cognition to adjust his condition before recalling the scenes he had seen in the woods outside the cemetery. He might have not noticed... Richie. He might have not noticed some of the details, but it was certain that his spirituality wouldn't miss anything. The divination was mainly about using the point and relaying that on the gray fog to eliminate all distractions. After finishing his preparations, Klein took out a goatskin parchment and wrote the divination statement. Will Ossipton is completely dead. Then he pressed the paper crane next to the divination sentence, almost causing the topaz pendant to touch the words. After entering a state of cognition and completing all the steps of spirit dowsing, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the results. The topaz pendant was rotating counterclockwise at a fast frequency and high amplitude. So he's alive? It was a negative result. This meant that Will Ossipton wasn't completely dead. This, Klein was surprised, but it seemed to be within expectations. He thought for a moment, then he changed the divination statement. The corpse was Will Ossipton's. This time, the spirit pendulum gave a positive result. The body did belong to Will Ossipton. An idea came to Klein's mind, and he wrote a new divination statement. Will Ossipton's corpse will resurrect? What? After a few minutes of calmly performing divination, Klein saw the revelation. The pendulum was rotating counterclockwise with a fast frequency. That meant that Will Ossipton's corpse wouldn't be resurrected, or in any other words, no reanimations. It looked like Will Ossipton had voluntarily or was forced to abandon his previous body, and he is surviving in another way. This matter had something to do with the snake of Mercury. Oh, you know how like a snake sheds skin? He basically shed his former skin, right? Like, i.e. his body. And now he's in a new body, right? That's probably what's happening. Just like I'm interpreting this as like a way when a snake sheds his skin, right? That's how I'm seeing this. Will Ossipton's present state. However, he repeated the divination using dream divination and inquired Will Ossipton's current location. He received a similar scene, a dark room with the sound of running water. However, the feeling it gave him seemed to be a little different. Forget it. There's no need to waste any more time on this. I'm not planning to get involved anyway. Klein put away his spirit pendulum and prepared to return to the world. Through the prior divination and everything that had just happened before, he had a theory about Will Ossipton, but he couldn't confirm it. He suspected that Will Ossipton was another snake of Mercury. That is such a high sequence for a child. If a kid is already like sequence 1, I think he would have been the result. Like, he would be the son of a god, right? Like, he would probably be like whatever like sequence 0 of monster is, right? Like, maybe he's like the child or whatever. And like, because I know they can pick or choose, right? Like, when you're a high sequence, you can pick or choose like what pathway or like how little, how much to get. I can see that being the case. You know, no, I lied. I thought maybe that'd be Adamisio, but he's sequence 9. He's like a half sequence. As a sequence 1, a Snake of Mercury wasn't the only one. There could be up to 3 in existences at the same time. The Snake of Fate, who wielded destiny naturally, could locate Aaron Astro's projection through the paper crane and show him a false revelation. Without a doubt, it also had the ability to change a person's fate. For some reason, Will Ossipton had become weak and was under the threat of the second Snake of Mercury. Everything he did was to escape his counterpart. What? As for the reason for their conflict, the answer was simple. Without a sequence 0, there could be 3 sequence 1 at the same time. Oh, because you need the characteristic. But once there was a sequence 0, there would be no sequence 1s. Oh, whoa. So one of the sequence 1s is taking out the other 2 to get their characteristics. To reach godhood? What? Regardless, this sentence, the formula of the Dark Emperor potion clearly stated the truth. One of the main ingredients of the recipe was 2 beyond characteristics of a Prince of Disorder. Prince of Disorder was sequence 1 of Dark Emperor pathway. I didn't know that. Or I forgot that. As a sequence 1, if one wanted to advance to sequence 0, then one had to obtain all beyond characteristics of the other 2 sequence 1s of the same pathway. This is so messed up. With this guess in mind, Clang was increasingly afraid of getting involved with Will Ossipton's case. Bro, he's going to be fighting such a high sequence of Beyonder this volume, bro. Oh, man. We thought Magoose was bad? Bro, it's going to be even worse. If my deduction is correct, it would be a genuine fight between deities. Oh, dude. I need to see this. And and hopefully everybody makes it out of it alive. And I can't afford to get myself involved yet. Klein's spirituality descended and he disappeared from the ancient place above the Great Fog. In Emperor's Borough, an inconspicuous house, the Beyonder gathered, organized by Mr. A, proceeded as scheduled. Four and Shield had changed their clothes as they accompanied Viscount Glaint, who was wearing the iron black mask in the hall. They randomly chose a seat and sat down. Viscount Glaint wrote down his needs to the attendants before the gathering officially began. He also prepared. He also prayed to the goddess that there would be a response later. As usual, Forrest maintained her usual languidness, and in a rare instance covered herself with a hood concealing her face with the shadows. She was thinking about the situation with Mr. Lawrence. She knew very clearly that diamond the size of an eye was. It was a beyond characteristic left behind by him. However, for the time being, she was unable to confirm what sequence it belonged to. It has to be a high sequence. Like, she can probably still use it in the future, right? Like, Forrest is on the same pathway as the Abraham family, right? So she can probably save that and then use it. No, that'd be tarnishing it, right? I don't know. That tarnish his like character. No, I feel like she can keep it. Forrest had casually flipped through the notebook only to find that many of the pages were still blank. The written content was filled with all sorts of strange odds and mysterious symbols and magic labels exceeding whatever she wrote. Strange symbols, and I'm thinking about the thing with Roselle. Like the plate that he used when he first transmigrated. What it is isn't important. What's important is that I keep my promise, Forrest warned herself. At that moment, Mr. A, who was seated on a single sofa and was wearing an exaggerated hood, said hoarsely, I have a mission. Help me find the people who believe in the so-called fool. How the hell does he know this? Help me find people who believe in the so-called fool. Force instantly snap back to your senses. Does this have something to do with Amon? Amon, he went over there. He found out who the fool was. We know he has connections, right? I was still under the assumption. Oh wait, maybe Mr. Aim is Amon. Huh? Shit, Romero, you're right. True Creator did give him a revelation. You're right. True Creator knows of the fool now. Like, through them, right? I'm telling you, I'm still thinking the True Creator has his own gatherings with Amon, the Shepherd, right, in the City of Silver, and whoever else. So maybe, yeah, you're right. True Creator, after the Sun's incident, told all his believers the fool. That's still wild, though, bro. That, like, now he has his own. So, like, the fool has his believers, and the True Creator has his believers. There's gonna be, like, a huge pivotal point, right, where there's all this foreshadowing of Klein saying, I don't want to get involved in the deity fight. I feel like once he reaches, like, deity levels and strength and ability, he has to face off against the True Creator, and, like, it's gonna be so good. But let's pause, let's update, and let's keep going. And I'm gonna mute my mic for 1 second for no random music. Okay, we're good. I wanted to mute it for no reason. Alright, next chapter. 26 minutes and 14 seconds. Copy and paste cold. That's a damn good chapter title. I'm telling you, man, if you guys got free time after this stream, do yourself a favor and go watch Sinners. I woke up today and just started hearing the soundtrack, bro. Aura versus Terror Club goes crazy. I'm seeing all this espionage, bro. They're in the fucking Cold War right now, bro. Update chapter. Holy shit, thank you. It's like, this is like the Cold War of the Terror Club and the True Creator cult. Good theory. Sorry, I'm going through some of your messages. I bet shedding skin feels good as fuck for skins. You know how, like, back then you put glue on your hand and then you peel it off? I feel like it'd feel like that. Adamisio is definitely memorable. He was pretty scary, dude. Romero's a spy. Get him. He's a Baron. Badoon. What'd I say? I don't know what I said. Sorry, I'm going through some of your messages. It's funny, Easy and Wiz both fell for Leonard as the MC shit. Dude, I love Leonard, but that fucking pissed me off, man. I was like, no, like, and I don't mean it because I hate Leonard. I really loved Client, and I was gonna be so fucking pissed off if all of a sudden, like, he wasn't the main character. I was so mad, bro. I was so fucking mad. But you know what, man? Looking back, that was fucking funny. You guys got me so fucking good. And some of you guys were being casual about it. Like, oh, man, I miss Klein. I don't know how I feel about the new character. And you guys weren't name dropping Leonard at the time. So you guys were, like, throwing me off for a second. Yeah, Klein is the best MC. Thank you. You know what, bro? I'm going to just say this right now. Hold up. Let me just say this right now. I've been going through my notes and for volume 2, I'm at 240. And one thing that was brought up, which I forgot, when you reach a high sequence, right, you can pick or choose what your descendant or your child spawn starts at. So I'm gonna make a big brain theory because we're talking about a whole thing how you guys trolled me with Leonard being the MC for volume 2. I'm gonna call it right now. The sequel to Lord of Mysteries, COI, Cogs of something, maybe Fate or whatever. I don't know what it's called. I forgot what COI stands for. I'm gonna call it right now. The sequel to Lord of Mysteries is based off Klein's child or a descendant in some way, shape, or form. And this new MC is gonna start off so strong. The new MC is gonna be like sequence 1, right? Or sequence 4 right off the bat. I'm gonna call it right now. You guys are laughing at me. I'm gonna call it right now. I don't want to read more just in case, but I'm calling it. That's what the sequel is gonna be based off his kid or something, right? And then that kid is gonna have like who he hooks up with. I don't know who he. Definitely not Matt and Sharon because you guys are really mad at that one. So it's definitely not her. It's someone else. Maybe it's Miss Bodyguard. Wait, no, it's. Yo, we'll see. We'll see. Hold up. Hold up. I actually don't want to read chat. You guys are talking a little too much. The fuck? This is not Boruto. Sorry, I watched like 100 episodes of Boruto in one day, and by that I mean I skipped to the good parts. So I'm on that. I'm thinking of Boruto. Okay, now let's pause and let's keep going, dude. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. Because I'm going through my fucking notes and I found this shit wild. They're like, they set this whole thing up, and then Klein like, oh, I wonder if like the same work for deities. And I'm like, man, fuck. It's like Klein is gonna be a fucking deity and he's gonna have his own child. He's like, watch. It's like, watch that be the case. And I'm like, maybe he'll be like in the sequel. All right, I'm doing my timestamps. Look at that. We're only 28 minutes into the recording. Isn't that that's a really good pace if you guys ask me, man. I'm not even gonna lie. 28 minutes. Bro, why is my keyboard not working? Why delete it? I'm pretty sure we've said COI MC name. You guys have mentioned the name, but it's been so long and we don't talk about COI anymore that I kind of forgot it. So I actually forgot the name of the MC. So I'm cool. So yeah, probably just to be safe, because I actually did forget the MC's name. So I think it's good that I forgot. All right, chapter 200. Damn, we went back in time. Chapter 405 is called Cult. The Fool. The Beyonders who attended Mr. A gathering either ruminated over the phrase or conversed with their companions to discuss whether they had ever met anyone who had a similar faith. When does such a cult appear? After someone asked someone in a low voice. At this point, Mr. A made the attendant beside him hold up a blackboard with a few lines of the words written by the Loan language. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the great fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Oh, this is getting crazy. Now everybody's gonna know who he is. As the attendees examined the blackboard, Mr. A said in a hoarse and jarring voice, "Do not use Hermes to read what's written here. Even more so for Jotun, Elvish, Dragoness, and Ancient Hermes. You shouldn't even write the corresponding descriptions, otherwise there's a high probability that something terrible will happen." It's not that bad, bro. Trust. It's not that deep, Mr. A. Help me find believers in the fool, otherwise they might also be followers of the mysterious ruler above the great fog, of the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As long as there's a clue, inform me immediately. The world I'll provide you will be handsome, that it will exceed far expectations. I read that wrong. That it will far exceed your imaginations. This description, it sounds like an incredible existence. I've only seen similar descriptions in the ancient texts of the seven gods. A gathering member explained. His companion shook his head and said, "The beings which many cults believe in have similar descriptions. Is this really a cult?" The other gathering members were stunned when they heard I can see my music is a little loud. Let me lower it a bit. That's why I'm kind of off right now. It was kind of loud for me. It was kind of loud for me too. The beings which many cult believers in have similar descriptions. Is it really a cult? The other gathering members were stunned when they heard when they heard their discussion. Likely, typically, when we summon a creature from the spirit world, we might have 3 lines describing it, but one of the lines would be about the blessed one of someone or that who it belongs to. It wouldn't be in this format. A gathering member who was well versed in mysticism gave an explanation. As they vehemently conversed, Forrest was nearly dumbfounded. "Isn't that the honorific name of Mr. Fool? Even though it's described in the Loan language, I'm sure of it. Why would Mr. A want to find believers of Mr. Fool? Is the Aurora Order behind this?" Forrest's mind was in a mess. She knew that Mr. A was a member of the Aurora Order. So the Aurora Order is cahoots with the true creator, right? I don't remember that. That was brought up in Volume 1, right? Like, they believe in the true creator, the Aurora Order. She knew that Mr. A was a member of the Aurora Order because of a particular terrorist organization had announced his responsibility in the assassination of Intis ambassador in Bakerland. Bro's trolling now? That's like the main thing. Yeah. Bro's trolling? What are we trolling? Wait, what happened? What was the troll? What happened? I missed it. After a brief moment of astonishment, Flor subconsciously began to examine herself, afraid that someone would discover that she was already a member of the Terror Club and that, in some sense, she was an adorer of the Fool. Why are we saying bruh? Oh, that's what I meant. Like, they're his worshippers. But, like, I meant, like, they're in cahoots with the true creator. I know. No, I know, you know, right? That's what I meant. After a brief moment of astonishment, Force subconsciously began to examine herself, afraid that someone would discover that she was already a member of the Terror Club, and that in some sense she was an adorer of the Fool. I just recited the honorific name of the Fool according to the ancient Hermes on the piece of paper and was pulled above the gray fog. No one knows about this, and I don't have to be afraid of being investigated, but there's a link to that piece of paper with Mr. Fool honorific name written on it. It was hidden in a book we borrowed from Viscount Glen. Thoughts rapidly flashed through Four's mind. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era isn't the description I saw on the piece of paper. I even dreamed of an evil spirit. At the same time, she'll remember the incident that had frightened her, but her long experience as a bounty hunter had kept her from revealing anything unusual. And then, as she recalled, she thought about the origin of the piece of paper. It was hidden in the bookcase of the History of the Lowen's Kingdom, Aristocracy. That book was borrowed from Viscount Glen's study. Suddenly, a name flashed in both For's and Shield's mind at the same time, Viscount Glint. At that moment, Viscount Glint was looking at the blackboard and said to himself with interest, "This honorific name is very rare, but it sounds very impressive." Just as he finished the sentence, he looked to his side in puzzlement, asking Forge and Shield, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Shield and Forge, oh, they just burned him out, bro. Oh, they're gonna interrogate this guy. "Nothing." Shield and Forge rapidly shook their heads at the same time. After dinner in an elegantly decorated house, Audrey... That meme Cammy sent earlier is so funny now. Like, let's see if she looks for another dress. After dinner in an elegant decorated house, Audrey bought the huge golden retriever sitting in the living room under the guidance of the psychology teacher Escalante. She was attending the academic meeting and had agreed upon last week. Her maid and bodyguard stayed behind while she walked with Susie in the spacious activity room. In the activity room, be it for the atmosphere or some other reason, the gas lamps were not lit. The room was lit by gold-plated candles, lamps on the coffee table and cupboard. Before Audrey could take a good look at her surroundings, she saw a gentleman in his 30s walking towards her. He wore a gray tailcoat. This is the owner of this place, Mr. Stephen Humpress, a furniture merchant. The long-haired Escalante introduced him. She was just about to tell him Audrey's identity when Hampress chuckled and said, "Escalante, don't say anything. Let me have a chance at guessing." Oh, he's definitely past spectator. I'll tell you that much. This is a high sequence beyond right here. So now you can like read people's thoughts or whatever, like even better. He had a neatly trimmed mustache and a charming dark brown eyes. He appeared very gentle and elegant, nothing like a furniture merchant, but more like a university lecturer. After seriously sizing up Audrey a few times, he smiled and said, "Escalante only mentioned that you were her student. Heh. I believe you're a cultured, noble lady, and you aren't someone who only looks good. There's no need for you to worry about a decline in the quality of your life. You're a little excited, very cautious, very curious, and a relatively simple but also full of love. Of course, the most obvious point is that you're very beautiful, just like an angel." He made a final joke, pressed his hands to his chest, bowed his head, and said, "Welcome, the beautiful Miss Angel." At least say mid-sequence, bro. You're right. We got mid-sequence Beyonders here. Hold up. All right, we're gonna mix it up a bit. This is a mid-sequence Beyonder. I'm like, is this a god? You're right. As expected, as a member of the Psychology Alchemist, however, when you've managed to observe... I read that wrong. However, what you managed to observe was the me from a few months ago. It's also a facade I put on for myself. Audrey opened her mouth in surprise and astonishment. "Did you know me before Mr. Hampress?" She didn't let her shook expression linger too long on her face, because such emotions weren't meant to be instantaneous and wouldn't last long ago. If anyone to be surprised for several seconds, then it meant that their performance was most likely an act. Audrey noticed this at first, but after watching others act all this time, she naturally came up with a lot of rules. "No, I still don't know. This is just the basics of being a psychology enthusiast," Hampers chuckled. Before he could finish the sentence, Audrey had... So he has to know the acting method, right? "No, I still don't know. This is just the basics of being a psychology enthusiast." That he definitely knows the acting method. Hampers chuckled. Before he could finish the sentence, Audrey had already completed her observations and made corresponding judgment based on her surroundings. His attire and the furnishing of his house all indicate that he's a person who cares deeply about how people view him. The sapphire on the ring on his left hand doesn't look small, but its actual quality is very ordinary. There are no symbols or magic labels on it. His finances aren't as good as he presents them to be. He's vain. Even though he was very enthusiastic just now, the way he stands there, the direction in which his feet point, and the changes in the motion colors all indicate that he has many concerns and is on guard. He's on guard looking at her? Because she's a telepathist? He sincerely commended me on my looks, but it wasn't the way a man will look at a woman. There are signs of him using facial products, and his eyebrows are definitely drawn. His skills are inferior to my makeup maidservant, Solia, but they're better than mine. The cologne he uses is confusion, something that I've only seen women use before. Yes, he probably likes men, and the role he plays is the weaker one in the relationship. Did he just call... Did she just call him a bottom? What? At the same time, Audrey expressed her longing skillfully. I'd love to have your observational powers, Mr. Hampress. Yes, that's definitely what she said. As she spoke, she maintained a faint smile while being introduced to the other 7 or 8 people in the activity room under Hampress and Escalante's lead. The lovers of both mysticism and psychology were either descendants of fallen aristocrats, associate professors at university, or the children of the rich. For example, the father of a young man was the owner of the Phillips department store, the most famous department store in Backland. And the exchange that followed, Audrey basically only listened. The only time she spoke was by asking questions, fully expressing her curiosity and yearning. In this academic discussion, Escalante and the Hampers deliberately mentioned that the body of heart and mind, as well as the spirit world and the collective subconscious, they also shared some relatively unique points of view, allowing Audrey to gradually understand some of the questions she had accumulated all this time. When the discussion ended and they were out of the house, Audrey glanced at Escalante beside her and asked with a little naiveness, you know what I mean. Miss Escalante, when will I be as good in psychology as Mr. Hampress? Escalante curled the corners of her lips and slightly tilted her head as she looked at her. Very soon. At night, Klein, who was just about to go into bed, once again appeared above the gray fog. Despite being a little sleepy, he was jolted awake by the news of Miss Magician had reported. The Aurora Order knows of the Fool. They know of my honorific name. The true creator has locked onto me. Dude, this is hype. Klein abruptly sat up straight as though he was about to face an attack. He quickly rejected the final theory. If the true creator had indeed locked onto me, Mr. A would have long visited him on the pretext of collecting a copper penny from the gas meter. Perhaps even a saint might appear. That is to say, only the Fool and his corresponding honorific names are known, and the clues pointed to Backland. Who leaked the news? Klein frowned as he carefully thought about it. Soon he discovered a possibility. Little Son had recently chanted my honor. Oh, it's right here, right here. This is the theory. This is what you guys were telling me about, right? Little Son had recently chanted my honorific name, and it happened when he was interacting with a member of the exploratory team who was corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual, and there were likely symbols corresponding to the Fool at the scene. The ancient palace above the gray fog appeared, so the true creator sensed the existence of the Fool and confirmed that I was the one who had been sacrilegious. No. Harassing? No, that's not right either. Spying on him. Also, Little Son used the all-black eye at the time, which contains the mental corruption of the true creator. Through that, it was a double-edged sword because he used the all-black eye. Also, Little Son used the all-black eye at the time, which contains the mental corruption of the true creator. Through that, he had confirmed that my adorer and believer are in Backland. I can't take the all-black eye out in the future. Oh, because then if he uses the all-black eye, it's basically like a tracker. Then the true creator will be able to pinpoint like, oh, he's the one that has it. But they probably wouldn't be able to pinpoint that he's the Fool. They'd be like, oh, this is like another adorer of the Fool using the all-black eye in Backland. I can't take the all-black eye out in the future. Having roughly understood the problem, Klein was left with another problem. Mr. A announced the bounty of Mr. Fool's believers at a not-so-private, relatively open beyond the gathering. Is he just dumb, or is he just deliberately fishing? Sigh, the Aurora members are all bigoted lunatics. Their brains are mostly damaged, so it's impossible to deduce their real intentions. This is, as the saying goes, as long as I'm crazy, you won't be able to guess what I'm thinking. That is true. Klein came a long way. He's definitely come a long way. Let's pause, update, and let's keep reading. All right, let's keep reading, brothers and sisters. Oh, this is getting so good, man. Oh, all right, we're gonna update up here. I think I want to play the sequel, man, for this game on stream. I've played a Plague's Tale. Such a good game. Such a fucking good game about a brother and sister. And I haven't played a Plague's Tale Requiem, the newest game. It came out like, I think 2 years ago. All right, we're good. We're updated, but it has really good music. I'm playing in this stream. I haven't even checked if if it gets claimed or not. But we'll find out. We'll find out when the stream goes up. Was waiting for Romero, my Aurora order homies. Let's go. Bro, the slander hit. What slander? Romero? Klein went from being a target of Sequence 5 to being a target of a god. Yeah, he never does catch a break. It's kind of crazy that you're in chapter 400 LOTM. You know what's even more crazy? Soul. I originally planned to literally just read, like, the beginning of the series and then wait for the anime. But you guys were being, like, really convincing and supportive. When I started it, I was like, I should read it. And here we are at 400 plus. I know it's been like a couple months, right? I know it's been a while. It's been at least 6 months and we're only on 400. I know some people read a lot faster, but you know what? This is half the fun, bro. The Aurora Order Slander Klein did. All right, let's keep going, man. Fuck, I'm gonna have to brush my teeth right now when I finish this. All right. Are you guys ready? A joyous but extremely helpless reality. You guys low-key did bully me into reading it. But you guys, you like in a very positive way. You get me? Kind of crazy. I've watched all of it too. I know. You, Romero, Vec, Clown Man, York, Doctor. Like, dude, I've always seen you guys like from literally like pretty much like from the very beginning, man. I know it's crazy, man. Thank you guys. I'm telling you, this shit's fun, bro. Let's keep going. Chapter 406, as we're being reminiscent. A joyous but extremely helpless reality. Above the gray fog, the magnificent palace stood silently. Klein drummed his fingers rhythmically on the edge of the... I'm reading wrong already. Let me turn the volume up a bit. Above the gray fog, the magnificent palace stood silently. Klein drummed his fingers rhythmically on the edge of the long bronze table, concentrating on what he could do in the face of the threat of the Aurora Order and Mr. A. While having a hard time figuring out the other party's intentions, he instinctively came up with an idea. Report Mr. A, report illegal gatherings. Klein could very easily learn of the location of Mr. A held a gathering through Miss Magician, and thus he would be able to easily report it to the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind in secret. An oracle of the Aurora Order was bound to garner enough attention. When that happens, Mr. A's safety would probably be at risk, so he probably wouldn't have the time or effort to track down the believers of the Fool. The problem, however, was that this was bound to implicate a group of innocent Beyonders, and Klein suspected that this was the reason why Mr. A directly offered a reward for the believers of the Fool. Perhaps he had long planned an escape. Once someone reports him, he would be able to confirm without a doubt that the Fool's believers were among the previous gathering members. As for who it was exactly, that wasn't important. Mr. A and the lunatics of the Aurora Order were definitely capable of taking exhaustive measures. And once the Beyonders fell into gathering, many of them would be unable to hide their secrets. The Aurora Order, or the Shepherd Pathway, which represented the true creator, are best at corrupting others. Put the volume up a little bit more. When the ideology of a Beyonder was completely twisted, and once they believed in the true creator wholeheartedly, what else could be kept a secret? It's not like there's no way, it's best to not report it. Klein leaned back in his chair, collected his thoughts, and reorganized the entire matter. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized a problem. A little bit. There were no believers or the adorers of the Fools in this world. Even the Terror Club only had a few members, and no one had divulged the relevant information. In other words, the Aurora Order wouldn't be able to find any relevant clues. There's nothing to worry about. The only bad outcome is that the Fool is now targeted by the true creator. Although being targeted by an evil god isn't a pleasant feeling, it basically wouldn't affect anything else. Klein nodded thoughtfully. And then I didn't realize, as I was doing my notes, they basically said that Death went mad, right? Like before he was taken down, and that's why he teamed up with the demoness goddess and whatnot. And then he said it'd be crazy for like gods to lose control. I assumed the true creator at one point was like a god of righteousness, right? And eventually like he went mad and lost control, and now that's why he's an evil god. And I assume that's the case for all evil gods. Like at one point, all these other evil gods, which were originally Beyonders, they went mad after being Sequence 0, and that's why they're evil gods. He was chill. He was a chill dude. All my homies loved him back in the day, dude. Like we go way back. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized the problem. It's so fun. Oh, you deleted that so quick. You read he? All I read, he went. Remember, that was so quick. Okay, I don't know if he confirmed or denied, but we'll leave it there. I like what Richie said. He was pretty chill. Even the Terror Club only had a few members and no one had divulged. This is why I like going back and doing my notes, man. Because I pick up on things I didn't remember. Like the whole thing with Nast. He was like the son of the former pirate that Roselle was with. Or like he's the son of the pirate that was during Roselle's time. So he had to be like at least 150. It's cool. Like there's stuff I don't remember. But I like it. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized the problem. There were no believers or adorers of the Fool in this world. Even the Terror Club only had a few members, and no one had divulged irrelevant information. In other words, the Aurora Order wouldn't be able to find any relevant clues. There's nothing to worry about. They only had outcome is that the Fool is now targeted by the true creator. Although being targeted by an evil god isn't a pleasant feeling, it basically wouldn't affect anything else. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He had thought it through very clearly. The only flaw in his manner was that he had once used the title of the Fool, written in the language of ancient Hermes, as a password for an anonymous account. However, with the sacrificial and bestowed rituals having proven useful, the account had long been abandoned and had long since been forgotten. That's gonna come back, bro. It's like the bank account in Death Note. It's gonna come back, bro. It's gonna come back. It's gonna tie him back in, bro, in the future. Don't slip up, Klein. Since the last month and a half, no one had been noticed by Klein for copying the password, so it was possible to deduce the actual situation. As such, bank employees who had been in contact with the password but apparently do not understand mysticism wouldn't be able to reveal it to anyone, and Beyonders would at most make a request in the Loan language. So even if they find the right person, it is not possible to connect the content described in Loan language with one of the ancient Hermes passwords. Okay, that was actually a high IQ play by Klein. Way back in volume 1. I didn't think about. If anyone had copied it down, I would be the first to know, because they would be responding to it and would be able to respond effectively. Besides, even if someone finds a password, it would be difficult to trace it back to Sherlock Moriarty. I use a variety of means every time. Miss Justice is also careful when saving money. While wrapping the table, Klein relaxed and said with a chuckle, "You believe that the Fool has many adorers and believe that this would result in many clues that cannot be hidden. Wrong, especially wrong. There's only one believer of the adorer of the Fool, and that's me." When he said that, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. It doesn't seem like it's something I should be proud of. I need to be a little careful for the time being. I shouldn't go around using the banner of the Fool. Klein reminded himself and went back to answering Miss Magician's prayers. He adjusted his posture and said in a low, gentle voice, "Don't worry about it." Don't worry about it. When Forrest received the answer, she was surprised but also felt that it was only right. In the eyes of Mr. Fool, the Aurora Order is nothing but a bunch of ants. A bunch of ants, bro. No, bro. It's an army of ants. That's not good, bro. Especially if they're fire ants. It's gonna mess you up. Forrest once again recited his honorific name in a low voice, and she curiously asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, which existence does the Aurora Order believe in?" Then she saw Mr. Fool sitting on a high black chair in the middle of the gray fog. He leisurely said, "The true creator." The true creator. Forrest's eyes widened, and she instantly understood why Mr. A suddenly sought out believers of the Fool. With the help of the Terror Club, that Sun youth in the city of Silver had successfully exposed the abnormality of the exploratory team and thwarted the true creator's ploy. Behind this incident and a confrontation and struggle between Mr. Fool and the true creator, Forrest didn't dare to ask any further, and she quickly recounted her meeting with the members of the Abraham family. She also mentioned Lawrence's will, the strange notebook, and the beyond characteristics he had left behind. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do?" She asked for advice with uncertainty. "What should you do? Miss Magician really is lucky. Why haven't I encountered such a good thing?" Klein responded with a chuckle. "Follow the true desires in your heart." He wasn't the least bit worried that Dorian Gray from Prince Harbor Fishermen's Association would harm Miss Magician, because he knew that 2 more stones on her bracelet allowing her to teleport through the spirit world twice. I messed up that sentence, but we know what it meant. Following the true desires in my heart, Forrest lowered her head and thought, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool." She decided to buy a steam locomotive ticket tomorrow. Using this mode of transportation, it would take a little over an hour to get from Backland to Prince Harbor, or maybe less. After reporting everything, Forrest requested to hold a sacrificial and bestowal ritual. After receiving a positive response, she exchanged 600 pounds in cash from the sheriff beyond her characteristics. Holding up the first shaped object comprised of the black iron, dark red, and silver colors, as well as its beautiful spiritual radiance, Forrest felt joy and admiration. She would have long gathered the supplementary ingredients. She would soon be promoted to Sequence 8, and I don't know when I'll become a trick master. I hope Mr. Hangman and the others can help me find an appropriate beyond ingredients as soon as possible. Shio had been subconsciously acting as an arbiter, so she didn't have to worry about her digestion of Sequence 9 potion. But once she became a sheriff, Oh, yeah, she's not a sheriff yet, right? What should she... I was thinking she was already a sheriff. Never mind. Should I ask... You know what? It's going to be pretty crazy when she becomes an interrogator. Just like the dude at the beginning of Volume 2 that was interrogating Klein. It's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be pretty cool seeing her act like as an interrogator in like whatever volume that happens. Should I ask... I lost my place. But once she becomes sheriff, what should she do? Should I ask permission for Mr. Fool to teach her the acting method, or should I simply suggest that she sneak into the police force? At the end of the long model table, Klein looked at the thick stack of cash in front of him and carefully counted it several times. Through this method, I would have 1,230 pounds. I would still be short of 300 pounds to obtain a single sequence 6 Beyond ingredient. Of course, 1,500 pounds is the minimum price, and the actual transaction price is usually much higher than this. Where else can I get money these days? As soon as it's crazy how this bicycle patent hasn't been approved yet. As soon as the bicycle patent is granted, shall I sell a portion of the shares? Yes, I almost forgot how special the Terror Club is. The werewolf beyond characteristic cannot be sold in... Werewolf? Oh, yeah, from the fight. Yeah, with Sharon, right? I forgot about that. Both Forge and Shio went on Sequence 9 for years. Yeah, no, because like they didn't know of the acting method. We need more morality in this world, Romero. Low-key? Bad for business. Yes, I almost forgot how special the Terror Club is. The werewolf beyond characteristic cannot be sold in backland for now. So to avoid being discovered by high sequence beyonders from the Rose School of Thought, but I can always sell it elsewhere? Where? I'll let the world entrust Mr. Hangman to sell it at the Sonia C at the next gathering. I'll offer a corresponding amount of commission as his reward. After subtracting the cost, the werewolf beyond characteristics should give me at least 1,000 pounds. It will be more than enough for a single sequence 6 beyond ingredient. Klein quickly came up with a plan and decided upon it. He found it a little regrettable that Miss Shio didn't seem to have much money. After she became a sheriff, even if she could quickly digest the potion, it would still take her a long time to buy the interrogators beyond characteristics. And if the Abraham family were to take interest in Miss Magician, his subsequent astrologer potion formula would no longer be marketable. What a pity. Klein signed and returned to the real world. Wednesday morning, Klein didn't suffer from insomnia due to being targeted by the True Creditor and the Aurora Order. The Aurora Order's pursuit. He slept till daybreak and happily went out to buy Desi pie for breakfast. There was no doubt about the Desi pie required for a sweet iced tea to match it. As he enjoyed the food and flipped through the newspapers, he discovered that Forge earned his firm and learned that there would be a Beyonder gathering convened by Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. This time I'll be able to request to purchase the relevant Beyonder ingredients, but there's a high chance that it wouldn't be available. Even there's something, it will be supplementary ingredients like the hair of a deep sea naga. Klein seriously considered the channels in which he can find the ingredients. He spread out his left hand and counted with his fingers. From the Terror Club, there are outlets of Little Sun, Mr. Hangman, Justice, and the rest. Beyonders that I have an Eye of Wisdom gathering, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick, but I shouldn't contact them if possible for the time being. That is true, because they're laying down right now. Also, yes, I have Vampire Emblem White. Didn't he mention that he would write to ask someone powerful sanguineness? I messed the pronunciation again. I'm sorry. Remember when I used to go sanguini? That's what social connections can bring about. Coming to this thought, Klein immediately decided to go to the Harvest Church to wait for Emlyn White. Although it was impossible for the Aurora Order to track him down, it still gave him a sense of urgency, making him want to gather the Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Once he had digested his potion, he would quickly advance to Sequence 6, 10 in the morning, south of the bridge, Rose Street. In his double-breasted frock coat, Klein took off his half-top hat and strolled into the rather small Harvest Church. At first glance, he saw the giant-like Father Utroski in Emblem White, who was dressed in brown priest robes. The latter was wiping the candle lamps with a numb look on his face, as though he would rather be dead. What a coincidence. Wait, don't tell me he's here for the entire day. He's only returned home at night. Klein casually... I thought Emlyn was only supposed to be there for a while. Oh, wait. I have not watched any clips yet. I'm sorry, Vec. I don't mean to let you down. I let you guys down. I asked for like the clip segment. I haven't even gone through it yet. What a coincidence. Oh. I just read that line Well, I saw a few of them on stream with you guys, but I haven't looked at them all off stream yet. I know, I'm sorry, Vec. Wait, dude, I don't like this. We're already... Season 2 is already starting with the coincidences. Do you see this? What a coincidence. Wait, don't tell me he's here for the entire day. He only returns home at night. Klein casually found a seat and sat down. There were less than 5 devotees inside the cathedral. Emlyn White also saw him and put down the rag. He walked over and sat beside him. The vampire's expression suddenly became lively. He raised his chin and said with a chuckle, "You came here suddenly because you have something you need help, right?" That was good. Oh, I almost hit stop recording. No, we were gonna go through it. We were going to go through it together on stream. Yeah, we were gonna do that together on stream, Romero. I know, but I was gone for a few days, but we're back. I don't know if we should we go through the Lord Discord when we finish Volume 2? Pretty locked in. Like, oh, he's locked in today. Anyways, I don't know if we should save all that lore for when we finish Volume 2. Aside from the stalling at the start, yeah, no, we had a really slow start, but we're locking in now. Let me do this down here. And we're playing a Plague's Tale music today, so we're kind of mixing it up. No, this stream? Okay. We can probably do it this stream. Let's see how long we read. As long as we pass 10 chapters, the more the merrier. Romero, oh, we'll let Romero make the call since he's been the one that's been doing due diligence. Romero, make the call. Is your channel yet? Romero, is your Discord channel. Make the call, bro. You're putting more work in now than me, man. You make the call, brother. You make the call, Romero. All right, next chapter is at 54 minutes. Like, we can do it like after this stream, or we lock in, we keep reading, or we can save it for like a future stream. Like when we get closer to the end, should do it now. Maybe you can guess some stuff when this happened, Volume 2 ending. Bet. Okay, that does sound better. That sounds a little bit more fun and exciting. Chapter 407 is called The True Door. I think after this chapter, I'm gonna quick 5-minute bathroom break, so I can also brush my teeth. Who's been doing duty diddy? I thought you what? What is Easy saying? Did I say that? Is it a spoiler to know when the volume ends? I know it ends in the late 400s. I know it ends from like 470 to 490. Somewhere in like between those 20 chapters, I know that's when it ends. I don't think I necessarily want to know exactly what chapter, because I forgot. I know you guys have mentioned it, but we'll see. Like, you guys will probably be able to help me plan out when's the final read-through stream, but I don't necessarily want to... I think this time I don't want to remember exactly what chapter it ends off. Just to make it a little bit more fun and exciting. All right, next chapter. You guys ready? All right, next chapter. Did we update? Yes. The True Adorer. Inside the Harvest Church, Klein tilted his head to glance at Emlyn White. Without running the serene atmosphere, he deliberately suppressed his voice and laughed, returning with a question. "Are you short on money?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt as if he was asking if Emlyn knew of the multi-level marketing company Amway. Emlyn was first taken aback before he scoffed. "Don't insult a noble sanguine." I did it again. Sanguine with money. Klein instantly sneered, looking at the tall and brawny father Utroski in front of him. He said rather casually, "According to what I know, those handmade puppets are not cheap. They can even be called expensive, especially all those who are as tall as humans." Tall puppets as tall as humans. Bro, I feel like I feel like if an artisan makes a life-size doll with like mysticism and whatnot infused into it, they can probably use that as a vessel for like the alchemical life ritual. I'm still thinking like, what? Maybe not done, right? Some way, shape, or form, someone is going to use that alchemical life ritual on a human-sized doll. That has to be it, bro. Cooking, man. Are we cooking or are we not cooking? Are you short on money? Wait, are you short on money? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt as he was asking if Hemlin knew about the multi-level marketing company. Emlyn was first taken back before he scuffed, "Don't insult a noble sanguine with money." Klein instantly sneered, looking at the tall, brawny Father Trotsky in front of him. He said rather casually, "According to what I know, those handmade puppets are not cheap. They can even be called expensive, especially those that are as tall as a human." Emlyn gaped his mouth in an attempt to retort, but he failed to say a word. After a moment of silence, he coughed lightly, feigned indifference, and said, "Tell me, what is it that you want to help me with? I'm not a sanguine who likes riddles." Klein didn't look at the vampires next to him. He smiled and said, "I have a friend who is about to advance. He needs you to collect relevant beyond ingredients. I wonder if you can help." "Are you doubting the capabilities of a sanguine?" Emlyn White said arrogantly, "Even if I don't have them, I can write and inquire for the nobler excellencies. That's what I want." Klein immediately responded with a deluge of words. Mutilated pituitary glands of a 1,000-faced hunter, 100 milliliters of its blood, characteristics of a human skin shadow, and 5 strands of a deep-sea naga. As long as I can get any of these, I will pay you the corresponding price. The cheaper the price, the more you will be rewarded. He purposely increased the number of supplementary ingredients to avoid any losses. Upon hearing the description without any stuttering, Emlyn White suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap of sophistry. He calmed his emotions and said, "The cost for beyond ingredients is at least 100 pounds, while supplementary ingredients are at least 10 pounds. Although I'm not clear of the level of things you want, I believe that you're definitely not cheap or common. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for help." "Very smart," Klein laughed. Deal. At this moment, Emlyn White had a deep suspicion that he was asking for too little. Therefore, he added, "Mr. Detective, do you have any clues on removing the psychological cues?" Seeing that Father Ruchowski was concentrating on his prayers at the altar ahead of time, Klein turned to glance at the vampire and said, "I have the simplest method." "What?" Emlyn White's red eyes lit up. "Defeat Bishop Lutrowski and snatch his mental terror candle away." Klein said with a chuckle, "After you meet up with your parents, you should possess the strength needed." "Are 3 sanguines not the match of a single Dom Paladin?" The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched as his expression collapsed. "We lost. We couldn't beat him. My parents were nearly captured. That mental terror candle is really strong. So you've already tried. The entire family almost converted to becoming believers of Mother Earth. 3 sanguines weren't even able to defeat Father Ruchowski. With the help of the mental terror candle and the blood transfuser, Father Ruchowski is that terrifying." Oh yeah, when he uses it, it will enhance your abilities, right? Like when you use the blood. "Father Ruchowski is that terrifying. Or are vampires too weak? However, all the rumors point towards vampires being rather powerful." So how far? Bro's whole family got their ass beat. Literally, man, they almost beat them into it. Klein said in a thought, "Then you can write a letter and ask for the help of the noble excellencies. There shouldn't be a lack of power experts among the sanguines." Emlyn White answered with a numb expression. They refused. Suddenly, he looked at Klein with hope. "Can you defeat Father Trotsky, or could your friend beat him?" "I could take him." After receiving the sun brooch and biological poison bottle and digesting, he's gonna be like, if you help me get the ingredients, then we will beat him. Or like, I'll get my friend to beat him for you. Right? That's probably going to be the deal. After receiving the sun brooch and biological poison bottle and digesting most of the potion, I originally thought that I would be able to defeat Father Trotsky in my spirit body state. However, your description just now made me uncertain. So we have to beat him when we're faceless. Is the mental terror candle that bizarre? That kind of sealed artifact is obviously greater at restraining spirit bodies. Klein rationally shook his head. No way. He quickly changed the subject. Why would those noble excellencies of the sanguine refuse your request? To them, this should be a simple favor. Emlyn White's face instantly turned ashen. They say that Father Trotsky is an adorer of Mother Earth. They do not wish to enter into direct conflict with him. They are studying means to remove the psychological cue. For example, they are venturing deep into the Sonia Sea, the Fox Sea, and the Berserk Sea in search of the dragons that have long secluded themselves. So you see, dragons they're not extinct. Oh, Mr. Zick, problem solved? No, that'd be too easy. No, that'd be too easy. That'd be too easy. But we could do that. He added with a smile. So they're confirming that technically dragons aren't extinct. They're just in hiding. Allegedly in hiding, right? For example, they are venturing deep into the Sonia Sea, the Fox, and the Berserk Sea in search of the dragons that have long secluded themselves. Okay. Yes, we now know the Volume 2 name after our Volume 1 discussion with Anime Wiz. was so funny, dude. He's like, dude, wait, I'm not there yet. And then I'm like trying to play it off. Oh yeah, that could be related to like the meaning behind a clown, right? Because you're wearing the clown makeup. Oh, that was so funny. I'm like trying to play it off, like, no, it's nah, but it was fun, man. It was chill. Honestly, reading the volume 2 title kind of hyped me up, but I definitely don't want to know the volume titles for the rest. Yeah, but this one hyped me up because we're so close to the end, and like we already know he's gonna hit Faceless this volume. Like, there's no shot he doesn't hit Faceless. He added with a smile even uglier than a weeping face. By the time they figure it out or find a dragon well versed in the psychic domain, I might have already become a devotee believer of Mother Earth. I'm beginning to appreciate how precious life is and how joyful a harvest is. An adorer of Mother Earth, Father Wachowski is an adorer of Mother Earth. It's no wonder that he has so many mystical items. From the looks of it, as a powerful pirate, suddenly switching to Mother Earth wasn't a simple matter. Klein sighed and he felt a sense of lingering fear. He had almost agreed to Emmeline's White request to attempt to defeat Father Wachowski. If I lose, then I might even be locked up in the basement and forced into confinement. If I win, I might just offend another deity. No, there's no way of me winning. The adorer of Mother Earth definitely has an appropriate trump card. If it wasn't for Father Wachowski suppressing his split personality, then I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Klang wisely didn't pursue the topic. He once again looked at Father Wachowski and said, "You can try to find an organization called the Psychology Alchemists. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for Miss Justice of our Terror Club to become a psychiatrist. By then, you might be reluctant to break away from Father of Mother Earth," Klein silently added. To him, it was best if Emmeline White also joined the Psychology Alchemists. That way, if Miss Justice encountered any problems in the organization, he could help her with other resources, and Klein wouldn't always have to summon himself, who is a trinity of the fool, an adorer, and a believer. Psychology Alchemists, I've never heard of him. Emmeline shook his head disdainfully. I must be a secret organization that recently appeared. This organization has existed for 100 or 200 years at the very least. Klein denied his statement. For Sanguine with a long lifespan, 100 or 200 years means it's recently appeared. Among the noble excellencies, a nap might be as long as a century? What? Emmeline White said proudly. Damn. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he looked ahead, cleared his throat, and said, "Do you know how to contact the organization?" Klein was going to answer that there was a man in Tingan City's asylum named... Oh, he's being brought up again. Dr. Daxter Guderian. Oh, we haven't seen him in so long, dude. Who's a member of the Psychology Alchemist, but he stopped those words just before they came out of his mouth. With a true creator targeting me, it's best that I don't get involved with people or matters in Tingan. There's a certain risk of exposure, and once exposed with the Aurora Order's madness, those would definitely not let Benson and Melissa go. Oh, no. That's not good. I thought he was dead by now, too, but then he left, right? And then we haven't seen him since. For a while, I thought he was dead when I was doing my volume 1 notes. I was like, wait, no, he never made it out. Like, he did make it out. He was never killed. I don't like this foreshadowing. With the Aurora Order's madness, they would definitely not let Benson and Melissa go. Klein slightly shook his head and said, I've only heard of this organization. You can write and ask the other Sanguines. I can see something like in The Dark Knight when the Joker's like, you have to pick. Are you going to pick her or him? Oh no, that'd be so bad. Just telling you not all volume names. I remember that. I remember from the volume 1 notes, Romero. He said like, all future titles won't necessarily be based on Klein, but rather what like correlates to the volume, right? So like not necessarily Klein's pathway, but like the overarching theme of that volume, which won't necessarily always be Klein's pathway. I knew it. What you knew? Romero, that was stated in volume 1 author notes. Yeah, that was stated in volume 1. Yeah, it was stated in volume 1 author notes. No, I kind of don't want to know though. Because, like, I feel like it'd give, like, too much on... Wait, let me pause this. We'll keep it playing. I feel like if I know the volume names for, like, the final volume, I'd know, like, the themes, right, of that volume. And, like, I'd rather not know the context behind it yet, right? I'd rather keep it, like, at least ambiguous. You know what I mean. For the time being. But... you can write and ask the other Sanguines. Emmeline White... Sorry, I said that so wrong. But you know what I meant. Emlyn White was disappointed and stopped talking about him. He turned his head to look at Klein and said, I'm guessing you're the friends who's about to... I'm guessing your friend who's about to advance is you. Klein looked forward with body care and replied leisurely, Congratulations, you got it right. Emlyn White was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. Noticing his change, Klein laughed softly. Mr. White, the most suitable job for you isn't to be an apocryphy, but to be an actor. Emlyn was stunned at first, but he immediately raised his head arrogantly and said, I am a deep, noble sanguine. I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Is this gonna be like a new... Is Emlyn gonna be a new Tarek? No. Not even gonna ask. Not even gonna ask if he's gonna be a new member. Do you think I'm praising you for being handsome? Klein slowly stood up and laughed. No, I mean, you are very talented at comedy. While Emlyn White's expression froze, he squeezed his way out to the aisle and said, Don't forget what I entrusted you with. Prince Harbor, White Oak Street. Forrest Wall took the steam locomotive early in the morning and arrived at the kingdom's largest and most important port. She also booked tickets for her return trip by boat, which was relatively inexpensive. Taking in the smell of the sea, Forrest saw many of the dock workers who were in a hurry. In the middle of each season, the port was swarmed with temporary workers for relatively decent pay, and many poor people living in Backland's East Borough would head southwest on foot into groups traveling a distance of more than 60 kilometers. This was the same thing they did when harvesting hops. The roads are wider than Buckland's and the air quality isn't bad, but it's relatively dirtier. Forrest looked around and found that the Fishermen's Association in an old building. Without much trouble, she met Dorian Gray in an office. The gentleman was of medium build with exaggerated arms. His hair was combed rather neatly, completely unlike most of the members of the association who had hairstyles that looked like bird nests. He should also be an Abraham family member. After explaining the purpose of her visit, Forrest passed Lawrence's will along with a strange book notebook and diamond-like beyond characteristics. Dorian received the items with a complicated expression before opening the will first. After reading it carefully, he lifted his head and looked earnest at Forrest with his blue eyes. Your kindness and honor are praiseworthy. Miss Wall, I shall always remember the help you provided to Alisa and Lawrence. Can you accept my gratitude? I wish to invite you to lunch. No problem. Forrest was still wondering how to pass the time before her ship sailed. Dorian immediately arranged for her to wait in the next lounge, offering black tea, snacks, newspapers, and magazines. Returning to the office, the gentleman opened a hidden cabinet with some misgivings and took out an item. It was a pure crystal ball shining with a radiant light. I think Forrest is gonna need this. Okay, let's pause and update. Whoa, wait, volume 3. Wait, hold up, careful. I don't want to know. I don't want to know that one. Even if it's a nothing burger, I don't know if I want to know it yet, Paul. All right, let's pause, update, and let's keep reading. Wait, hold up. Let's be careful. At the end of volume 2, I am typing its name. Yeah, we can type it. Yeah. No, you will not. Even after knowing the name, you will never know what it really means. That's why I love it. Okay. I doubt you would figure it out. It drops and connects everything at the end. I doubt it at the last. It's a dead. The last one is a dead giveaway though. True. Volume 6 as well. 4 to 6 is big though. Read my previous messages. Username. Easy geeky. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like saying the Lord of the Rings, the Return of the King. It's also the name of the book. You wouldn't not read the title. Yeah, that's true, right? But like, for example, I mean, as a child, it hyped me up like, oh my god, the king Sauron is gonna return, right? But like, it's like his presence returned, but he never like physically returned. So I don't know. I'm still kind of scared about reading the volume titles. Like, I like how I prefer the fact that I'm like spoiler free and I don't know anything. I kind of like, I feel like it's more of a genuine reaction if I have zero context for like future events, right? Or I don't know if it's just me. It refers to Aragorn as the king. Yeah, I know, but like back then when I first read it, I'm like, oh, Sauron is gonna return, but like he never returns, right? Like that's what I liked about it. And yes, I can see how it turns out like, oh, it refers to Aragorn as the king, but like back then you're like, the whole point is like, oh, like he's coming back. And then I read that like as a child, I'm like, oh wait, what the fuck is he coming back? But like it wasn't him. So like I get it. Sometimes the titles make a title can make you think one way when actuality it means something else. But let's update. But I kind of like don't want to know anything just yet. At least just yet. Volume 3 is the only one I feel like doesn't affect the feeling. Okay, I mean, we'll put it up. Oh, we'll put it up to discussion. I'll let you guys talk about it. If you guys, if Romero says it's chill, wait, no. I know it's probably chill, but just to be safe. Update. Let me. You know what? I don't think I need. No bathroom break yet. I'm feeling good. Maybe I'll brush my teeth. No, let's read a little bit more. I can feel like the coffee breath. It's like setting in right now. The ending of a low tune. Oh, crazy quote. Don't tell us a spoiler. Oh, I'm careful. You guys are like getting a little excited. I know you guys aren't spoiling me. Don't read it yet though. I know you guys aren't spoiling me, but I'm like, wait. I don't want to slip up and read something I shouldn't read just yet. If you get spoiled, you'll never feel it though. Now, tell me all the future members. No, I'm fucking kidding. I don't want to know that. I feel like I do want to speculate who future members are gonna be. Like, I think that I do want to do. I think that could be fun. All right. Look, hear this song. I feel like this song would go hard, like when we're in like a cathedral. Look at that. Hear this. If this song fits at one point, Cammy, since Cammy's our DJ, you let me know. It's called a Plague Tale Requiem, or we can play the Holy Child. Or we can play this one. Bruh, Def. Ooh. Peak song. Hear this. Ooh. I feel like these 3 tracks have to hit at one point. Bruh? Wait, what are we saying, bruh? Sorry, I feel like I'm stalling now. But let's keep reading. At the end of volume, maybe? Yeah, like, I feel like these 3 songs would hit at one point. Wait, I don't know why we're talking about ints. Hold up. FQ. I won't read the rest. I won't read the rest just to be safe. I just read ints and Guo. I'm like, whoa, wait. Alright. Oh, wait, this is battle music. Let me skip all the battle music. Hear this one. This could work for a future fight. Or massacre. Plexo has some pretty good battle tracks. But let's skip all this. Shit, hold up. Because I've been actually stalling now, I actually do need to go use the bathroom. Hold up. I actually do need to go use the bathroom. We stalled for so long that I actually do need to use the bathroom. Ashes to Ashen Latom. You want me to play that right now? I'll be right back. Bathroom break. Ellie! Come on. Ellie! No? You don't want to come in? Alright. Close the door! Did my chat freeze? TMI, bro's texting. No, wasn't texting on the bull. What the fuck? That was funny. I was with Ellie when I texted you guys right there. All right. Next chapter ASAP. I know. Wiki feet. Hey, give me a 5-star, bro. Give me a 5-star. Let's turn this off. 408. Oh, deception. Clip it, everyone. No, don't clip it. All right, 408. We're good, and we are now ready. Just do my timestamp. 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 5 seconds. Man, I still can't stop. I still can't stop thinking about the movie Sinners, bro. Fuck, I think I might rewatch it this next week, over the weekend. Not during the weekday, since we gotta be streaming more, and we gotta finish Volume 2 quickly. But man, I can't stop thinking about that fucking movie. Did any of you guys watch Sinners yet or nah? Hey, thank you for the 5 stars, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Yeah, cop 2 book 3 on hell difficulty. Bet. All right, next chapter. Not that I can see the clip. I'm not on the server. Oh, okay. Sinners. Yeah, it's such a good movie, bro. I'd go in that movie blind. Don't watch the trailers. The second trailer literally gives away too much of the movie. But so good. Yeah, Sinners, such a fucking good movie. I'm like, I was mesmerized, bro. Without getting spoilers, there's like one music scene. And it blends in like so many like traditional songs and like modern day songs into like one scene. And I feel like if there was a bad director trying to like get his point across in that scene, it looked very comedic. But damn, he made it work. And I'm like, what the it's such a good movie. It is such a fucking movie of like these twin bros just trying to run a jukebox, like a whatever it's called back then, like a ballroom or whatever it's called, like a jukebox. And damn, man, it was such a fucking wild movie when like the point of the movie happens. Fucking crazy. And then you know what's even craziest part? I've never seen this in a movie in my life. This motherfucker, the director, what's his name? Ryan Coogler? Something Coogler. He decided to put the ending of the movie after the credits. Usually it's a peak. Speak what? Maybe next movie night. Peak? Easy peak. Easily peak, bro. Literally, this dude put like an entire 10-minute epilogue after the movie ends. Usually end credits will show you like a tease for like something. This bitch put the end, like this dude put like an entire scene after the credits. Ever seen Terra Bifa about those? I don't think I have. I don't think I've seen it. Maybe next time. Ryan Coogler? Yeah. You caught up to book 3 on health difficulty? Yeah. Sorry. No, we're not stalling. Oh, hey, sorry. We got sidetracked. I hope you guys are doing good. Okay. No, we're good. You guys ready? I never have ever stalled in my life, bro. I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, hold up. Let me refresh my chat. Are we good? I don't know why my chat down here isn't loading yet. Hold up, bear with me. I think we're good. It's his pathway. He needs to act. No, we don't need to act. We're good. We're here. We're chilling. All right. Is this music still good? I think we're good, right? Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. Everything's A-okay. Let's start. Chapter's good. We good. All right, we good. Oh, guys, I'm sleepy already. Time to end. Now, imagine. No, we're not going to end. We're going to keep reading. 109. We're good. Bros. All right, but I didn't miss anything, right? While I was gone. Volume rankings 6, 3, 8, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1. So the later volumes are your favorite and the earlier volumes are your least? Drink the sleepless potion? No. Oh, wait, yes. If I can drink a potion for, like, efficiency, it would definitely be the sleepless potion, because then I can be up and only need to take, like, a little power nap, and then I'm good for, like, another day or two. So, yeah. That's what I would do. All right, let's start. I really can't wait for us to go more into the story. It gets better and better. I wish, though, that Cuttlefish would have made a proper sequel. Damn. Don't hype me up like that, bro. Oh, it's going to be so fucking good when that happens, bro. It's going to be so fucking good. Like, hold up. They actually kind of hype me up. Your volume rankings are the later volumes, and 3 is your second favorite volume. That sounds a little exciting. So it looks from here, it only goes up, right? After volume 2, it only goes up. COI is the best sequel ever existent. Like, be quiet. I mean, volume 6 sent me to heaven. The later volume sent you guys to heaven. Cuttlefish is a bit burnt out of him. Dude, I feel like it's only reasonable for somebody to do something for so long, right? Like, I feel like you'd have to mix it up. Like, you guys told me before, like, he has ideas for book 3, but he doesn't know if he wants to do it or not. I feel like he'd have to take a break if he were to, like, ever do a book 3. After doing, like, who knows how many thousands of chapters, right? But maybe. I mean, we'll see what happens. All right, let's continue. We have stalled for way too long. All right, next chapter. We didn't stall for too long. So, he's gonna do a break? Yeah, I feel like he has to go for a break, right? After writing for so long. But are you guys ready? Chapter 408 is called, sorry, my audio spike, A Bold Assumption. I think the music is good right here. Dorian drew the curtains, cloaking the office with darkness before he sat down. He held the crystal ball in his left hand while touching its top with his right palm. As he stroked the crystal ball back and forth, he kept chanting softly. Gradually, the radiant points of the light within the crystal ball began to shine brighter and brighter, becoming more and more obvious as if the stars in the night sky were casting their reflections. Often used to determine the direction of fate, the stars in the trajectory of one's life surfaced one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe with many revelations from the spirit world that resemble symptoms. Dorian Gray finally stopped and studied it. She wasn't lying. That really was a trajectory of the situation. She seemed to be able to bring about changes in the Abraham family, optimistic changes. As the light from the crystal ball dimmed, Dorian stood up, having already made up his mind. At lunchtime in the Four-Winged Bird restaurant, in front of Fours laid a filleted fried fish which had rosemary scattered over it. Its skin was crispy, its meat fresh, and it didn't have any fine bones. It was rather tasty, but the only problem was that the cook had an extremely warped sense of aesthetics. He had deliberately kept the eyes of the fish bulging out of its head, and by planting the food, he made the fish look up as though the expression its indignation over its death. I butchered that. I'm sorry. Forrest pushed the head down, cut off the tail, and covered up the upturned eye. At that moment, Dorian Gray began to move his fork and knife. As he casually said, Alisa really likes mysticism and had done some research in this area. When you were packing her things, did you see any book notes or any other items? There were some notebooks and books, for answer frankly. As a result, I became a mysticism enthusiast. But unfortunately, I couldn't understand some of the contents at all. For example, the sight of the spirit world not only was the absurd, illogical, and messy, incapable of expressing ideas, even if I forced myself to read it systematically, calm my impatience, and it was still difficult to remember its contents. I would forget it once I finished reading it, let alone understand it, Forrest added inwardly. Dorian nodded slightly and left. Then you can consult me. I'm also a mysticism enthusiast, quite a proficient one if I may add. Really, that's great, Forrest answered properly. Seeing that she was really interested, Dorian immediately diverted the topic to mysticism, something he would bring up in the spirit world, and sometimes he would talk about his cognition experience. Having been prepared before he even stepped into the restaurant, he had deliberately chosen a secluded and quiet spot. Hence, he didn't need to fear the customers around them would overhear their conversation. At the end of Oh, it does say that. At the end of the lunch Dorian offered, I didn't know how to express my gratitude, but now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Heh. Although Lawrence had paid you, I don't think that's enough to match your kindness, good-hearted, and honor. Miss Wall, you can write to me and ask about any questions you have about mysticism. That's the least I can do to express my gratitude. That's what I wish for, Force didn't refuse. From the exchange just now, she could clearly tell Dorian Gray possessed rich, systematic mysticism knowledge, who was also indeed worthy of being a member of the ancient Abraham family. And this was also considered something she was lacking in. Although she had mastered quite a lot of knowledge about the Beyonder world, it also came from a few books and notebooks that didn't go in depth, as well as a random information she had heard and experienced from various gatherings she attended. It wasn't comprehensive or systematic enough, it just had too many shortcomings. Upon hearing her reply, Dorian raised his cup and smiled. I hope that one day we will also possess mysteriousness and extraordinary powers. Northborough and Backland St. Samuel Cathedral, a group of men wearing black windbreakers and red gloves entered the underground area. The leader was a man in his 40s with soft facial features and long hair. Wearing a pompous top hat, he carried a black cane with him, which was inlaid with gold. He quietly followed the Nighthawks leading up his way and entered a rather spacious room. There were many bookshelves in this room with various dosers placed on them. A mesmerizing, beautiful woman wearing a black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush was leisurely sitting in a high back chair. She didn't get up to greet him. It was... What? Wait, shut the fuck up. She's back? Wait. Walk it back. Let me reread this paragraph. Hold up. There were many bookshelves in the room with various dossiers placed on them. A mesmerizing, beautiful woman. She hit me when I read blue. A mesmerizing... Ooh, this song hit at the perfect time. City of Tears. A mesmerizing, beautiful woman wearing a black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush was leisurely sitting in a high back chair. She didn't get up to greet him. It was a former spirit medium, Dally. Celeste? All the information you need is over there. Dally gestured with her chin at the table by the door. The middle-aged Nam named Celeste smiled and said, Dally, why were you sent to guard this place? You should be tasked with more important matters. And I feel like my volume is too loud now. Yo, she's back, dude. Oh my god. I have missed this woman. We've had such fond memories. I miss her, man. It's so crazy, bro, that like we won't see a character for like 200 plus chapters and then they're back, bro. It's gonna hit so hard when Benson and Melissa come back and like all the former Nighthawk members come back. Oh, it's gonna be so good, dude. No, this is what I wanted. I need to settle down and read more information, Dally chuckled. This is to ease my future progress. Humans are fragile creatures and they need a certain amount of time to calm down. No one can always be in peak condition, enjoying the thrill and pleasure without any rest. Your style really has never changed. Unfortunately, you've never given me the chance. Celeste burst out laughing. Dally shook her hair seriously and said, obviously, you don't understand me. My current hobby has turned even more novel. If you can turn yourself into a rotting corpse or expose your white bones, then I'll definitely be filled with interest in you. She turned to look at the red glove behind She turned around to look at the red glove behind Soy's. Leonard, why did you choose to join his team? Oh, dude. Oh, they're back together. This is gonna be so hype. Oh, volume 2 is gonna have such a crazy ending, dude. Ooh, what? I never said that, so what are you talking about? How could you? Never have I ever. She turned to look at the red glove behind Celeste. Leonard, why did you choose to join his team? The fellow is conceited, arrogant, and gutless. He keeps fantasizing that woman would take the initiative to crawl into bed waiting for him. What the fuck? To be honest, perhaps this is the unique trait of a nightmare. Oh my god. When she mentioned nightmare, Dally visibly paused. Is she thinking of Dunn? Wait, he advanced to nightmare. Oh my god. Wait. Leonard, he advanced to nightmare. Right? When she mentioned nightmare, Dally visibly paused. Leonard has helplessly said, Ma'am and Dally, this was the arrangement of his Excellency Sesmir. Is that so? I can see that you agree with my views on Soist. Dally concluded in a slightly husky voice. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, Sol Ossury Sol what? Sol Assurir Soist. I read that wrong. Didn't pay much attention to Daly's words. Walking over to the table filled with information, he picked up a dossier and flipped through it. Leonard and the others immediately surrounded him, imitating their leader. After the sound of paper flipping went on for some time, Soist casually asked, "What's news in Backland recently? Something you think is worth paying attention to?" Oh, you're right. Nightmare. Yeah. My bad. Nah, yeah. Figure remember. That's a sequence name? Well, I thought Dunn was Nightmare. It was Sleepless Poet Nightmare, right? I thought Leonard was a poet in Volume 1. And Nightmare was next. So I thought I assume... I might be wrong. Dude, I'm liking the setup though, dude. What news in Backland recently? Something you think is worth paying attention to. Daly's eyes moved slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, "A few Beyonders who work with us have passed on news that many people are searching for an organization that believes in the Fool. And they have given the corresponding honorific name." After describing the full honorific name in the Loan language, she chuckled. "I seem to be witnessing the birth of an entirely new cult. Of course, it might be an incantation of an old friend." It might be the incarnation of an old friend. No, I remember he said he was close to advancing. That's why he wanted to join. I seem to be... Dude, I'm liking the setup. I don't want to... I'll talk about it after. Well, I'll talk about it once we finish this chapter. I'll talk about what I'm thinking right now. What do you think, Soist? Soist considered the matter seriously before saying, "No, I've never heard of such an organization." At that moment, Leonard looked up to Dossier. He was reading and mused. Could this have something to do with the 2 tarot rituals we're investigating? The Fool is... Did I not mention in the beginning of this volume that Leonard was going to be in the case? Oh, that just means that she assumes it's an old evil god disguised as a new god. Okay. Make it easy to clip, please. "No, I've never heard of such an organization." At that moment, Leonard looked up from the dossier he was reading and most. Could this have something to do with the 2 tarot rituals we're investigating? The Fool is the first card in the deck of tarot cards, the most important major arcana card. The Fool is the first card... I forgot about that. The Fool is the first card in the deck of tarot cards, the most important major arcana card. Dally froze for a second, then she nodded thoughtfully. "That's an interesting idea, but there's no evidence. It's pure speculation, and it couldn't even be considered a deduction," so Wes said, disapproving with the tone. Leonard revealed a faint smile and said, "Emperor Roselle once said to make a bold hypothesis and then carefully back it up. Hilsenborough Quelling Club." As soon as Klein entered the hall after leaving the Harvest Church, he saw an equestrian teacher, Talim Dumant, sitting in a secluded corner, seemingly pondering over something. Noticing that lunch was still some time away, Klein went over and greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, Talim. You seem to have encountered another problem." Talim snapped his senses with a start and hurriedly shook his head. "No, nothing. You seem to have done something that you have a guilty conscience about." Klein mumbled, sat down, and left. "It's a pity Aaron and Mike aren't here. Otherwise, we'd be having another pleasant afternoon." Talim smiled in response. "They're all busy and have very little free time." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he looked around and said, "Sherlock, there's an important figure who is very interested in you after hearing about your deeds. How would you like to meet him? Would you be willing? Frankly speaking, this leaves me envious. It's a very rare opportunity." Hold up. There's like boss music playing. I don't know, we should have boss music playing. "They're all busy and have very little free time." Without waiting for Klein to speak out, he looked around and said, "Sherlock, there's an important figure who is very interested in you. After hearing about your deeds, how would you like to meet? Would you be willing? Frankly speaking, this leaves me envious. It's a very rare opportunity. Wait, what deeds did I do? Help Miss Mary catch her adulterous husband, accompany reporter Mike to a brothel. Even in my past few trips to Eastborough, I didn't do anything impressive. At the very most, they know that I made a contribution to the serial murders and that I helped Dr. Aaron resolve his nightmare by providing him with counsel." Klein was confused. After 2 seconds, he suddenly understood the reason. The important figure must have asked Talim if he knew an excellent detective, and he could only think of me, so he offered to embellish descriptions about me that sounded pretty impressive, such as the true person who cracked the case behind the serial murders. The person who noticed that Mr. Mary's former husband and his mistress had attempted to siphon funds from the coin company
I was probably described as being effective and sharp, a great detective who struck swiftly and precisely. This is how you tout each other in business, Klein sighed. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sorry, Talon, but as a detective, I have my own principles, and that is to not get involved in matters involving important figures. On the stage of the higher-ups, what might be a sneeze-like friction amongst them might very well be an unbearable disaster for me. I won't paint a target on my back, so I won't see an important figure. This was actually something Klein had decided upon before becoming a detective. He was prone to investigation once he was involved with high society. Therefore, before he became a faceless, he didn't want to bear such risks. And when he becomes a faceless, he'd be able to conceal his face. I'm surprised what he said wasn't deleted. I was just playing. Okay, I won't read it just in case. Just to be safe. This was actually something Klein had decided upon before being a detective. Before he became a faceless, he didn't want to bear such risks. You're very rational, Talon sighed and said, that important figure had anticipated his reaction and believes that such a detective is even more trustworthy, so he wishes for us to take on a commission that wouldn't involve high society. What kind of commission, Klein asked. Talon chuckled and said, the Captain case, which you and Mike were talking about last time. The important figure is very interested in the organization that uses tarot cards. He said that there has been more than one such case and wishes for you to find any revealing clues. Okay, so now he's going to be on his own case. Alright, that's actually kind of funny. Oh, before I forget, what I was saying, man, I can see them being Tarot Club members, right? That, or they just team up. Because Klein's talking about having, like, different avenues to gather ingredients, right? Like, we need people from every single side, right? So it's like, we either recruit Madame Sharon or Leonard because they have more connections to the outside world that he doesn't have access to because he's not a Nighthawk member, right? So we recruit one of them. Maybe we even recruit like Crescent Sesame, right? Since he's a higher up in the Nighthawks. And then I was over here and I'm over here thinking like maybe Daxter Guderian, but if he joins the Psychology Alchemist, we don't need another member of the Psychology Alchemist because we have Audrey, right? And then I'm over here thinking about other characters from Volume 1. Like who could join? Come on, man. There's so many possibilities for new members. I like it. I'm excited, bro. Like, I'm excited to see this whole Tarot Club, like, get more and more people from different branches. Like, I wouldn't even be shocked if Klein starts recruiting, like, quote-unquote evil members or, like, people that believe in evil gods. Not necessarily with the true creator. Like, maybe, like, evil gods with the true creator. Like maybe we can like recruit people from like the demoness sect, or like we can recruit people that like believe in death, or like, oh man, like what if like a Zik becomes a member? So many possibilities, but let's pause. Recruit Trissy is the best choice. Nah, man, if we do, I don't know, like from the demoness sect, I mean, look, she's not even a bad, she is a bad guy. She's a bad guy, but she's not a bad guy at the same time, right? Like, she believes in an evil sect, but she didn't necessarily hurt anybody we care about. It was her higher-ups. Miss Sharon was the one that killed Keenly, but she wasn't directly involved in Keenly's death. So I wouldn't be against that. She's an actual... We can tame Evernight. I understood that. I understood what you meant right there, Vec. We can tame Evernight. We could, and we will, bro. We will. I'm telling you, I think he's gonna recruit somebody from like every, like, try and get people from like all sides, right? Like all sides in this whole world of mysticism. But let's update and let's pause the video and let's keep reading. Sequence 8, interrogator makes an inherited evil. Because you're being an interrogator? Wait, you're right. Triss instigated a ship to devolve into murdering people. Yeah, you're right. Wait, you're right. She was a bad guy. She did. Oh, hold up. I'm walking it back. No, I'm not walking it back. You guys love her. You guys love Trissy. You guys were not quite... When Trissy were like, oh, I love Trissy. I want to know why you guys love her. You know, hey, hold up, man. She was forced to do bad things because she was acting, okay? She had to act as an instigator. It wasn't against her will. Remember, in Volume 1, it was revealed like, hey, remember, you're only acting, right? So she... No, it's all right. You can redeem that. That was pretty messed up. But she didn't directly hurt people we care about. I was acting ooh. No. That's so bad. Okay, let's keep reading, dude. Let's just keep reading. Let's fucking do a new chapter. Like, I was only acting ooh. I didn't really mean to like instigate that whole shit and like killing and harming others, but I was only acting. No, that's so bad. But she didn't necessarily like kill people we directly know. Update? Okay, update. Let's do this part. First, let's do 409 December, and let's update that part. Okay. 409. Beautiful. Okay. Hold up. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to some Elden Ring music. Let's see if it fits. Wait, what about the devil dog? The devil dog was only acting? I mean, you can instigate people to do something else other than killing each other. If you want to act, you know. Yeah, sure. You can like instigate people into like maybe doing like a positive revolution, you know? And like that's good. But she did murder a ship. So she did make people murder each other on the ship. Yeah, you're right. Play the Shadow Slave OST. Yeah, let's listen to Elden Ring. Let's listen to Elden Ring. Yeah. We'll play it for a bit then. We'll play the Shadow Slave playlist I had planned out, because this is just mostly Elden Ring music. The first half is like ambience music, and then the second half is all the... Dude, viewers actually are studying Rising, and we do love... Oh, look at that! We're at 1,803, dude! Yo, thank you. You know what I should do from now on? I should plan making a video public around the time I read. Like, if I can... I think that's what I should do. I publicize... I make a video public when I go live. That way people see the video is public, but then they click on the stream and like, oh, let me tune in and see what chapter he's at. I think we can make that work. I think that'd be pretty cool. But let's keep going. Maybe not Lord of Mysteries. Like, maybe we'll make the Lord of Mysteries video public and then stream more. Maybe we can like make Shadow Slave public as I'm live. Any classical? I actually haven't played them yet. Big brain. There are OSTs for Shadow. There are OSTs. At least for Shadow Slave, I'm only playing the like Elden Ring ambient songs for his vids. Yeah. Marketing genius. Marketing genius. All right, let's keep reading. 409. Where's SS readings? Yeah. We're gonna, when I do end stream, I am gonna read more SSS. Shadow Slave, and I'll see if I can read a little bit more so I can like at least get a head start, just since I fell behind a bit. But let's go. Chapter 409 is called December. What? Getting me to investigate myself again. What? Getting me to investigate myself again. Klein literally suspected that this was a deliberate test. An organization that used tarot cards to represent itself really is interesting, and I think so, but I don't want to sell myself out. Right? Captain's matter is clearly not that simple. He had a total of 4 Beyonders protecting him, so there must be a powerful faction behind him. What's the difference between investigating this case and being involved in high society strife? Well, this isn't something Sherlock Moriarty should know. Klein revealed a thoughtful expression while weighing his opinion. He said, "It's not easy to find a mysterious organization. Besides, it's very dangerous." Talim seemed to have expected his answer and chuckled. Sherlock, there's no need for you to take risks. The important figure's intention is for you to pay more attention and to gather the relevant information or rumors. Here's £5 in cash, money for your activities. Even if you don't receive any valuable information, the money is yours. And once you gather any useful clues, he'll pay you per lead and reimburse you for your expenses throughout the process. Such good conditions. The important figure has put a lot of attention on this matter. Does he have connections with the forces behind Captain, or does he wish to find the mysterious organizations that use tarot cards as a code name to help him? Reimbursed. It's been a long time since I've heard someone promise me something like this. Since he's already gone so far by promising me such perks, it wouldn't appear very suspicious if a private detective were to refuse the commissions. Furthermore, the matter of investigating myself should clearly be left to me. Klein hesitated for a few seconds. All right, I'll do my best. I need to sneeze. I think we're good. No, we're good. He didn't stand. Wait, I'm gonna pause the video. Woo. We recovered. I was about to sneeze, but we recovered. Oh man. Woo. It's alright. Many parts are slogged to get thought and peak moments are peak. So like the high moments are really high, but I guess the highs are really high and the lows are really low. Okay, maybe I get you. But I barely read. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens when we keep reading more. Such good conditions. The important figure has put a lot of attention to this matter. Does he have any connections with the forces behind Capim, or does he wish to find the mysterious organization that used tarot cards as a code name to help him? Reimburse. It's been a long time since I've heard someone promising me something like this. Since he's already gone so far by promising me such perks, it would appear very suspicious if a private detective were to refuse the commission. Furthermore, the matter investigating myself should clearly be left to me. Client hesitated for a few seconds and said, "All right, I'll do my best." He didn't stand on ceremony, and he accepted the 5 1-pound notes that Talum handed over, intending to provide a vague clue every 2 weeks. Isn't the Aurora Order looking for the Fool? The Fool is obviously a part of a tarot card. I hope the important figures will pursue this path all the way to get rid of Mr. A. A thought began to form in Klein's mind. Under St. Samuel's Cathedral, Sol Azur's Soist, I can't pronounce his name. Under St. Samuel Cathedral, Sol Asurer Soist assembled his team together to discuss their subsequent actions. He looked at the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell and asked, half asking and half evaluating, "If I were to relegate this matter to you, how do you plan on investigating the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual?" Leonard lifted his hand to comb his hair, smiled, and said, "First, I would go according to my train of thought from before. I would do a reverse search for the people of organizations seeking the Fool's believers. They might know something. Second, I would reinvestigate the first 2 cases and place all the people involved in a name list, including Klein. Yeah. Regardless of it, they were suspects or not." Oh, shit. Okay. Then I'll use the powers of a nightmare to inquire and eliminate them one by one. The devil might be in the details, hidden in the persons who's most improbable. So West let out a chuckle. I read through the dossiers. These 2 cases involved a lot of people, each living in different places. Wanting to re-examine them is quite difficult, and some of them are already beyonders who are secretly active beneath the surface. They know how to hide themselves very well, and we have no way of knowing where they are. If we were to perform an investigation according to your idea, then what we need wouldn't be a small team. The church would have to inject at least 5 more Sequence 7 or above Nighthawks and the corresponding support personnel. It's gonna be a bloodbath, bro. Oh. The case we are in charge of is focused on the devil summoning case. Another red glove reminded Leonard. Leonard didn't seem angry as he let out a soft laugh. I agree with you guys, though. For at least another mod, like for SS. Leonard didn't seem angry and he let out a soft laugh. I know I'm only providing my point of view. As for whether or not it is used or to the extent to which it will be used, it will be decided by the Captain Soist. Captain Sost. He paused for a moment and revealed a puzzled expression. I don't understand why the 2 cases related to the tarot rituals didn't have a high priority. The former involved an evil god's attempt descent countless times more serious than a mere devil summoning. Soist picked up his coffee and took a sip before leisurely answering. The Nighthawks have limited manpower. All cases require a certain priority level. Up until now, the secret organizations represented by the tarot cards hasn't expressed any obvious malice towards us. Their actions to a certain extent have helped us. For example, they followed the scent of the true creator, as well as letting us know the human trafficker Capim isn't a simple person. There must be some big secret underlying this matter. After that, he smiled and said, "Perhaps they can help us discover even more unsavory matters. Of course, the necessary investigations must be carried out. No one can guarantee that a secret organization will not end up being our enemy in the future." "I see. Captain West, let's focus on the devil summonings case," Leonard said earnestly. In a backland winter that was inseparable from the fireplaces and fog, the time flew by amidst these cold and gray sensations. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the new year. Half a month left until the new year. Klein extinguished the charcoal in the fireplace and put on a double-breasted frock coat over his dark red woolen vest. Nearly 3 weeks ago, Lepard finally received the bike patent and began... He finally got it. Nearly 3 weeks ago, Lepard finally received the bike patent and began looking for suitable second-round investors. Steam Power Mughal Framus Cage ended up showing some interest in this. After several meetings, the three parties agreed to conclude their final negotiations today. During the past month or so, Klein led an uneventful life. Throughout his investigations, he slowly digested the potion. Ooh, we had a 3-week time skip. Oh, he's ready to digest. The fool didn't agree to it. All hell, the Black Emperor. Dude. Klein had such crazy aura when he was in that persona. After several meetings, the three parties agreed to conclude their final negotiations today. During the past month or so, Klein led an uneventful life. Through his investigations, he slowly digested the potion by strictly following the principles. Now he was just short of a relatively bigger performance that he needed to initiate the completely digest it. If there are no urgent matters, I can avoid taking risks. It would take about another. As his mice wandered, Klein removed the half-top hat from the coat rack and smothered the folds with a brush and handkerchief, removing the dust. The batch left behind by Lenevus indicated a 4th January. Oh, you're right. There was a date on his brooch. The batch left behind by Lenevus indicated January 4th gathering. He had no strong intentions on attending it. During this time, the Terror Club continued being held on a weekly basis. Klein obtained a few pages of results, early diary entries, allowing him to witness how he went from a weakling who only knew how to dream without taking actual potions to becoming a playboy who actively hunted. Apart from this, he gained almost nothing. Although the werewolf beyond characteristic was handed over to the hangman for a sale via the world, a sale involved more than £1,000 was obviously not easy to close. The werewolf's unique trait of being cursed also caused many interested parties to shrink back from it. However, a few days ago at a tarot gathering, the hangman told the world that he had contacted an artisan from the Church of Goddessy Machinery, and the other party was clearly interested. Let's hope the deal will be closed this week. There are still no clues to the wind-blessed formula with Mr. Hangman wants. Klein packed his personal belongings, picked up his cane, wore his hat, and walked out the door. The Wind-Blessed Potion formula was a Sequence 6 formula. It wasn't that easy to encounter one. The Hangman Augur had waited for more than a month without receiving any good news. Just as Audrey, after undergoing a long period of time of observations and testing, was finally accepted by the Psychology Alchemist. Oh, she's in! She reported to Mr. Fool that she would be officially joining the secret organization this week, hoping to be blessed ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. For this, she was prepared to plunder at least 10 pages of Roselle's diary entries from the Psychology Alchemist for Mr. Fool without any compensation. As for the Dragon Pessimon and Duke Negan's treasury, she had already confirmed that it was a 1,000-faced hunter. However, it was purely a sample that was without the corresponding bionic characteristics or flowing blood. The £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's Adore wouldn't be repaid until February or March next year. This was because although she would officially come of age at New Year's ball and be able to charge of a portion of her fortune, she would still be under the supervision of her parents and wouldn't be able to sell them at will. Furthermore, she was still short of Viscount Glenn's final payment. Damn, she's still trying to pay it off? So she needs ample time to raise the money in secret. The Magician Force, with the help of the Hangman, finally obtained the blood of a deep-sea marlin. She paid him £320 for it, which reduced her savings to she's almost out of money. Which reduced her savings to £120. In order to make up for loss and for the stomach pouch of a spirit... I read that wrong, I'm sorry. I got a little excited and I'm butchering my pronunciations. He's literally still incredibly rich. Yeah, it is true. In order to make up for her loss and for the stomach pouch of a spirit eater, she began to fiercely rush to write her new book, which quickly took shape. It told a story about adventure, love, traveling, storms, pirates, and many other elements fused into the whole. Her and Dorian Gray's corresponding never stopped, and the other party had recently announced that they would be coming to Backland to pay their respects to Aulisa, Lobero, and Lawrence. The son Derek, who was acting normally as suggested by the Hangman, continued his daily patrols, amassed merit points, and didn't attempt any rituals. At every gathering, he will skillfully pretend to be asleep, and he didn't reveal any problems from time being. Usually, he would occasionally take a nap to prevent any regularities from being detected, which would put him under suspicion. According to him, Shepherd Elder Livia didn't leave the bottom of the spire 7 days later and was still locked in there for unknown reasons. Okay, I'm seeing the setup. Okay. According to him, Shepherd Elder Livia didn't leave the bottom of the spire 7 days later and was still locked in there for unknown reasons. While the Aurora ordered Mr. A searching for the followers and the doors of Mr. Fool, they failed to receive any valuable clues with Klein's deliberate attempt to keep a low profile. And the Beyonders who knew the honorific name of the Fool all understood that they should never chant such words carelessly unless they were in dire straits, and they definitely didn't have the courage to pray to an existence that was suspected of being an evil god. Emlyn mentioned the last time. I can see this is how we recruit a quote-unquote bad guy, right? Like, say an evil character finds out about the Fool, he's like, I'm not scared. And then Klein's like, I can use this individual to gather resources from an evil organization rather than just... I can see this. Because more people are going to find out about the Fool, and there's going to be like daring bad characters. I'll be like, you know what? I'll say it and see what happens. Just like how Derek prayed to the Fool, or like Derek was praying and Klein heard it. Something similar is going to happen, right? Emblem mentioned last time that he had some clues for the corresponding ingredients and that he might be able to confirm it soon. But the problem is that I'm lacking money now. With a silent grunt, Klein took out his cane and walked to Lord Dragon's door. When the doorbell rang, he took the initiative and instinctively took 2 steps back. Not long after, the door opened to old Miss Doris cheerfully opened her arms to give Klein a warm hug. Oh, the doctor you introduced us last time was wonderful. My body hasn't been this healthy for almost 10 years. Doris, seeing the detective was standing far away, could only fold her arms and express her delight, feelings, and words. Klein said in an amused and exasperated tone, Miss Doris, oh, she's healed. Miss Doris, you've already told me about this for the 9th time. Come on, let her keep saying it. He saw Brody the black cat sitting on top of the coat rack. Although it looks precarious, he would be able to maintain his balance. I could do that as well. Klein made a self-evaluation. Is that so? Old Miss Doris asked, perplexed. She immediately tossed the question back to the back of her mind and said with a smile, Are you here for Jurgen? Klein immediately revealed a smile. Yes, matters involved negotiations needed the help of a professional lawyer. Man, I'm so happy she made it out, man. Like, I'm so happy she recovered. Like, I know she was sick, but man, that's sweet. That's such a sweet part. This read through started so bad, like on character deaths and all this, and I'm glad at least one character was able to be healed, man. Damn, that's good. That's really good news. All right, let's pause, update, and let's keep going, man. I'm so happy she made it out. She's good, but don't get hyped. Come on, man. Don't bring me down like that, man. Don't bring me down. I should leave now. Way too sleepy. I'm sorry, doctor. I know it's probably super late for you, E2, right? As I do with many chapters, sharing over 4s. Hold up, wait. What do you do for many? As I do a minute username. She's good, but don't get hype. Bye. You're gonna head out already? No, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll have the VOD up right away. Once I end stream, I'm gonna read more Shadow Slave, and then I should have that uploaded right away. And we'll be uploading 2 videos around the same time. Let's see. 1 hour, 40 minutes, 56 seconds. Dude, I'm gonna ask. I need to message Anime Wiz. I'm like, how the hell do you have videos premiere? I always just go from public, private, or unlisted. I need to hit him up. I'm like, how the fuck do you like premiere videos? Because premiering videos always builds hype in general. Like, even for channels I watch, I'm like, when they're premiering a video, I'm like, I gotta watch it the second it drops. All right, let's do this. And you know what? I might have Shadow Slave premiere at like the opposite time when my videos go up. That way, like, you know, you get the best of both worlds. Like, Lord of Mysteries is up on one time, and then SS is up at another time. That way, there's always something consistently being published, like every 12 hours, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Timestamp is ready. We're good. We have chapter 410. Boop. We're good. Bye, doctor. Optimal time. All right, let's freaking keep reading. I lied after I drink some water. Can you see I've like... Can you see that I'm still like, I was still unpacking all my shit? They're gonna get the premiere experience since I'm not... Yeah, since I'm not live streaming it right now, we gotta give them the premiere experience. We have to compensate, you know? Like, what? Like, you guys get the premiere experience for a live stream, right? Because, like, oh, man, the live is about to go up. But now it's like, the video is about to go up. At least for Shadow Slave. Eventually, I don't know, man. Like, knock on wood. But, like, dude, you know what'd be crazy? Like, one day we're so good. bam, we don't gotta work. We just stream, right? Damn, then we'd be able to read even more, bro. We'd be able to read, like, technically, like, as a 9 to 5 job. That'd be wild, bro. But, like, I can't quit. I can't quit my job. I can't do that. Maybe one day. We'll see. But that'd be fun, man. Knock on wood. That'd be so fucking cool. That'd be so fucking chill. Let's keep going, man. You better pay me if that happens, but you be the first one, bro. You be the first one, bro. I'd have you on salary. SS is similar to Soul type games in terms of random crucial lore just lying everywhere. I might give Shadow Slave another try with easy rereading it. Bet. I know RI is another one, but a lot of people are kind of conflicted because it's like banned or like it's never going to be completed or something like that. At least from what I've read. All right, sorry. Wait. We're not stalling. We're reading today. We're making up for long lost time today since I've been gone for a few days. Although we got to make up for lost time before that Cody Rhodes and John Cena fight. RI is amazing. Romero getting paid minimum wage. I might give Shadow Slave another. All right, man. Hey, we got to take what we can get, man, sometimes, man. Life is hard out there. Life is hard. Chapter 40, not my thing, but we'll try to read more. Oh, really? Okay. Let's keep going. But we're updated. We're good. We're at 410. Beautiful. All right. Framis Cage. All right, are you guys ready? Next chapter. Chapter 410. I'm hoping the Elden Ring music fits. If it doesn't fit, let me know. But chapter 410... Chapter 410 is called Framis Cage. Sange? What? I'm out of it. Shrimp. Ships, chip meat, and smoke was emitted from it. It was a steam engine that Klein had seen in magazines and on the streets, often described by the public as an ironclad warship with a rather exaggerated body. If the streets that hadn't been built or rebuilt in the last 20 or 30 years, then it would have filled the roads and left no room for horse carriages. Therefore, transportation vehicles such as this could only be seen in certain areas and places. At this moment, the heavy glass window and door of the car opened and two figures stepped out. One of them was the steam power Mughal Framis Cage, whom Klein had met before. A quarter of his blood was of the Phasic Empire, and he had a pale blue eye and a tall but bulging build. He had a pipe in his mouth. The person beside him was wearing a heavy black coat with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. His features were unremarkable. Oh, my voice. He looked common with his black hair and brown eyes, yet he excluded an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hi, Detective Moriarty. You're really punctual. This is my lawyer and partner, Paccio Dwayne. While they converged, two burly men got out of the steam-powered vehicle. They were obviously from Mrs. Bodyguards. How unprofessional. Shouldn't they come down first and then open the door for their boss? Klein grunted, smiled in greetings, and introduced his lawyer, Drigan. Bye? Are you going to head out? Thanks for tuning in for a little bit, man. Thank you. While he was waiting for Lepard to open the door, he casually chatted with him. Mr. Cage, is this the kind of steam-powered vehicle popular? Do a lot of people like it? From Miss Cage left. Those who think that they're decent say that it's too barbaric and crude, and ordinary people can't afford it. Only I, an enthusiast of such machinery and steam, would be willing to buy it. It's mainly because many streets are too narrow. Klein said in consolidation. Framis Cage was the investor he found, and he had little to do with Lepard. When he was playing cards at the Quelling Club, he had deliberately mentioned it. An equestrian teacher, Talon, immediately mentioned that Framis liked similar inventions, offering to introduce them to each other. This made Klein sigh with emotion. The club really was a great place to develop connections, and the members who joined it were never really interested in free food, drinks, and activity ventures. This is indeed one of the reasons. As the population increases and the city grow larger, the horse carriages will definitely be eliminated. It's just too slow. What this world pursuing now is efficiency, Framis said confidently. He then revealed a smile. Also, I've already obtained an order from the military. They want me to make some improvements, just like it was mentioned in Rizzo's manuscript. Increase the armor's bulletproof plating. Oh, this is like foreshadowing, man, right? I feel like we're going to be going up against one of these cars in the future with Beyond Air. As I've already obtained an order from the military, they want to make some improvements, just like it was mentioned in Rizzo's manuscript. Increase the armor's bulletproof plating, cover the track so that it can drive on a simple road. In addition, add a thick cannon barrel, and then this will be a brand new weapon. This, like a tank? Rizzo's manuscript. Klein signed silently for a moment, and he didn't want to say until finally Lepard opened the door. In the discussion that followed, the main people were talking about Jurgen and Pachiko. I thought I read Pachiko. The two lawyers would argue with each other and discuss the terms with their employers, while the completely unprepared inventor Lepard sat there in the daze. Only when asked would he give his opinion. Finally, the three parties agreed that Farmis would invest £1,000 to take 20% of their shares, and the shares of Klein and Lepard would fall by an equal ratio of 28 and 58. 28% and 52%. At the same time, Framis agreed to buy a further 18% of Klein's shares at a premium, and this cost him £1,000 after taxes. Similarly, he would buy a 9% stake in the company and a post-tax price for £500. And as a result of this deal, Framis became the largest shareholder in the newly established Backlund Bike Company with 47% share. Well, that's good, because if he was over 50%, then he would hold... Klein would be out. They would take him out if he wanted to, right? He became responsible for the subsequent industrialization and marketing, while company would be funded with the £1,000 he invested as the initial capital. Lepard was the second largest shareholder with 40. Why does he get the second largest? What about Klein? Lepard was the second largest shareholder with 43% of the shares. His job was to help in setting up the assembly line for mass production. Mr. Klein, who only had the remaining 10% of the shares, became a purely financial investor, and the £1,000 he earned from selling his shares has sent his personal wealth skyrocketing. He's going to use all this on Faceless, right? Skyrocketed to £2,235, and almost enough for him to buy main ingredients for a Faceless potion. As a private detective, he still continued accepting commissions in the past month or so his daily expenses didn't drain his savings. I still have to pay £50 to lawyer Jurgen, leaving me with £2,185. I have to thank Talon when I see him. A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He signed and stamped the contract. Then he stood up and shook his hand with Framis and Lepard. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Framis took out his golden pocket watch and looked at it before chuckling. Normally, we should have lunch together to celebrate the closing of a deal, but there's an important person waiting for me. I'm really sorry, but there will still be a lot of opportunities in the future. An important figure, another person, the one behind Talon. The one that I claimed reimbursement from using fake information that points to the Aurora Order. Klein suddenly felt a little guilty. He hurriedly smiled and said as he didn't mind. After exiting the house and getting into a carriage, Jurgen suddenly frowned slightly. Sherlock, you agreed too readily. Why did you say that? Klein asked curiously. He didn't even know what Jurgen was talking about. Jurgen said rather seriously, when we were talking about the transfers of shares, based on your description and on Framis's performance, I can imagine a bright market prospect for bikes. Although it's just an invention at the moment, deflating the overall value, you should have kept more shares, even though £5,000 is a good price. That way you can get better returns in the future. I thought you were only going to sell 8% and have confidence to haggle for £500. But you actually agreed to 18%. Even if it were only £500, you would have made a several-fold return on your investment. You shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Because I'm in need of money. However, I did agree very readily without any hesitation. It was a huge transaction, so that does seem rather abnormal for me. As Klein thought back to the scene from before, he began to have some doubts deep down. Was I unconsciously influenced by Framis or that lawyer? Oh! Wait a sec. So he was an actual lawyer, and we know the whole point of like a lawyer beyond is to find like the loopholes, right? So he was like probably swayed by the lawyer, and he just didn't know it. Was I unconsciously influenced by Framis or that lawyer Pacheco? One of them is a beyonder. Fortunately, the price was fairly reasonable. As he pondered over that matter, Klein said to Jurgen, who was waiting for an answer, the new year is coming soon. Something bad is gonna happen at that New Year party, bro. It's not gonna be good, man. It's not gonna be good. He had no idea how to explain it, so he randomly chose an opening. If the other party was a smart person, then he would go along with an opening and perfect the explanation with their own reasoning. There was no need for Klein to describe it any further. Of course, this was a move aimed at smart people. Ordinary people would end up pressing so. Or what exactly happened? Lawyer Jurgen was obviously a smart man. Noticing Klein's brief silence, he nodded and said, I understand. What do you understand? I haven't even thought of what to say. Klein pointed to the steam metro station in front of them and said, I'm getting off here. I need to meet an informant. As the steam-powered vehicle roamed forward, Frames, who was sitting in the front row, wound down the window and blew out a ring of smoke. He said to the inconspicuous lawyer Pacheco, "Did you use your powers just now?" "It was passively triggered." Is it why? Why was it passively triggered? Pacheco said with a smile, "My powers aren't suitable for such situations. I prefer to face government or enterprise employees." Framez nodded slightly. "I just wanted to remind you, there's no need to use your powers in such situations. Do not let this affect what matters the most." "I understand," Pacheco replied in a low voice. East Borough in a cheap coffee shop. When Klein arrived, old Kohler. I know I'm saying his name wrong. People are like, and the mispronunciations for old man. Like, what a disservice. Old Kohler was already waiting for him. He removed his scarf, took off his hat, sat down across him, fished out a stack of 1 silly notes, and handed it to him. "For next week's expenses and a bonus of the information you provided me last time, that's a total of £1. He was recently very generous with giving bonuses since he had already found a person to claim them for." Old Kohler, whose face was clearly ruddier than before, received the cash, feeling a little embarrassed. Frio, very subtle. "He's acting? We'll find out." "Wait, who's acting?" "Sequence 9 can't do them as far as we know, so it must be a hard sequence." "Oh, like for it to happen like unconsciously, right?" Like, you're right. Wait a minute, you're right. Like when Klein went to sequence 8, he would like subconsciously do like his like clairvoyant stuff where he can like, oh my god, I'm stuttering my words today. I know, very subtle. I get you, you get me, right? "The information I gave you previously didn't seem to be that important." "No, the importance depends on who wields it. There's a lot of things that you might find trivial, but it's how other people earn their money." Klein explained with an F what happened this week. Old Kohler took the stack of bills, stuffed it into the pocket. He said thoughtfully, "Just like before, many people are still looking for believers of the fool." "Ha! How could anyone believe in the fool? That isn't a good name." The corner of Klein's mouth slightly twitched. "Are they making progress? The Aurora Order..." Put this on a bit. "The Aurora Order is really persistent." Klein thought helplessly. And then we'll turn this up. Klein thought helplessly. "No, there's no such person." Old Kohler shook his head and then said, "There are a few people organizing strikes recently. They came to me a few times, claiming that they will be fighting for reasonable work hours and salaries. It is a very normal thing in this era, but it can lead to quite serious consequences." Klein thoughtfully said, "Pay attention to the organizers of this matter, but don't be too anxious. Safety first." "All right." Old Kohler cleared his throat and said, "There have been a lot of gangsters and bounty hunters looking for a person these days. I don't know why, but I believe someone had offered a bounty." What's good? Never played Sekiro? I played it on stream. I should go back and play more, but it's a time thing right now. But it was good. I liked what I played. "Who are they looking for?" Feeling the cold, Klein took a sip of his coffee. The warm liquid ran down his esophagus and warmed his belly. Old Kohler thought for a moment and said, "A man... A Zik is back? Whoa, wait. Let me go back a bit. All right." Old Kohler cleared the throat and said, "There have been a lot of gangsters and bounty hunters looking for a person these days. I don't know why, but I believe someone has offered a bounty. Who are they looking for?" Feeling the cold, Klein took a sip of his coffee. The warm liquid ran down his esophagus and warmed his belly. Old Kohler thought for a moment and said, "A man named Zik Eggers." Zik Eggers? Klein looked up from his coffee cup and stared straight at Old Kohler, who was sitting across him. "Isn't that Mr. Azik's full name?" So that's his last name? Eggers? No, Mr. Zik. Azik would be his last name, right? If it's Mr. Zik. So his first name is Eggers? Isn't that Mr. Zik's full name? Why would someone suddenly offer a bounty for him? Int Zungwil, relying on his clown powers, Klein feigned indifference and as he asked, "Did it say what kind of person he was?" Old Kohler recalled and said, "He seemed to be of Balim lineage and was once a university lecturer." Oh, Eggers is his last name? Oh, okay. Oh, it's gonna be good. Oh man, it's gonna be a good Volume 2 finale, huh? Eggers is his last name? So why isn't he called Mr. Eggers? Does China do names reversed? Like last name first, first name last? Is that why? Oh, it's gonna be good, dude. That's what I'm feeling right now. What are you feeling right now? Secure speak, but there's a non-zero chance that you have the urge to kill yourself. It was a pretty hard game, but I like it. It's not uncommon to call uni professors by their first name something. Klein is his close friend. Yeah, so he just calls him a Zik, right? No, but when they were saying Mr. Zik, I assumed Mr. Zik was like last name. But let's keep reading, dude. Oh my god. Volume 2 is gonna be so good. Hold up. A Zik is coming back. Leonard is coming back. Madame Dally is coming back. We're getting a little bit of Crescent Sesamere. I wouldn't be shocked if Trissy comes back in some way, shape, or form. Volume 2 is starting to get a little hype. We're gonna hit Faceless. Maybe he's gonna disguise his face when he runs into Leonard or something. Or, oh, it's gonna be so good, bro. Liza P, Nameless Puppet, is effing me. I want to play Liza P, man. After hearing the music for so long in this read-through series, I feel like I owe it to myself to play it. It's picking up. It's definitely picking up. We're about to go 0 to 100 really quickly, dude. Oh, it's gonna happen quick. I feel it. 1 hour. Let's do next chapter, man. 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 36 seconds. Next chapter, 411. Coming and something. Coming and throngs? I thought it fucking said something else. Okay. Does that mean like when you're coming in a wave or like with like a group of people? Like you guys are like going somewhere together? But let's go. How many chapters have we read today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've read like 9 so far. That's pretty good. Hell yeah, that's a pretty good place. That's a pretty good pace. All right, let's keep reading. Get ready for True Creator to try the setting again and again and again and again. I know, I feel it, dude. I feel like this is gonna be like a recurring thing. Maybe a coincidence, but we'll see. My GOAT True Creator. I feel like it can't just be the True Creator. Like we have to get like the True Creator. Playing Elden Ring DLC right now, and the final boss is crazy, bro. I didn't even hold up before we continue. A fellow believer, King Godzilla, like a fellow believer. Wait, really? Before I continue, I didn't even know I was on the final boss for the DLC until like day 2. I have a whole video. I don't know if you guys can probably look it up. I was doing like the final boss for Elden Ring. For Shadow of Erdtree, fuck, man. I was on that fucking boss for a few days, man. Don't forget my Gondamon. I'm ready, man. I'm ready to see more, man. I'm ready to see, like, what we'll be facing beyond, like, the True Creator. Because I feel like right now, he's, like, a current enemy on our list. I don't know if Klein has his eyes on, like, Hidden Sage to, like, event Old Neil. Whatever Ince Zengwil's endgame is. Oh, my God. Hold up. He's not fully established, no spoilers? Okay, hold up. I don't want to read the whole thing. Hold up. I just want to see something. I think I know. Hold up. Since I've been rambling for a bit about who the bad guy would be. True Creator. Yeah, like right now on our current lists, we have True Creator and Hidden Sage. I don't know what's going to happen with like the Creator. I don't know what's gonna happen like with the Creator, because like you know how like the whole prophecy or whatever, it was like everything must return to him, right? Maybe that's like the apocalypse where like he undoes everything and like he becomes one again, right? Or the true bad guy would be at the end of the series Ince Zengwil. Oh, and then because he's on Sleepless, right? He went sequence 4 Sleepless. With oh, you undid that message so quick, Romero. I was about to read King Godzilla's thing. Because he took Saint Selena's ashes and went sleepless. I can see Ince Zengwil putting the Evernight Goddess at danger, right? Because there can only be one sequence 0. I can see cooking. Maybe we're cooking. So like right now, I can see a point in time where like Ince Zengwil in some way, shape, or form takes out, be a spoiler. Oh, I won't read the whole, like maybe he takes out her. Maybe he like Evernight Goddess, and then he becomes the new Evernight, the Evernight King or whatever. So then now for our ops, our bad guy is the True Creator, Hidden Sage, the Creator for whatever apocalyptic event happens at the end of the series. With all these foreshadowing it, whatnot happening, and then Ince Zengwil being like a new Evernight god. Bro's cooking hard. You saw how much time it took for him to be a sequence 4, but the fact that he hit sequence 4 already at the end of volume 1, I wouldn't be shocked if he hits sequence 0 at like the end of the series. Not only that, in some, maybe he can even write it himself, right? Like Ince Zengwil learns to like perfectly digest his potion with like the quill. I can see something like that happening. Like with the quill, he can like enhance his digestion even quicker. I can see that happening. But let's pause, let's update, and let's keep reading, even though I already said that. But let's keep reading, dude. Why did I mute my mic? Like if I was gonna step out. Some rituals are downright diabolical. Is the Discord lore today? I'm not sure, because I do want to read for quite a bit. I want to see how long I can read. I don't know. Maybe we can save it, Romero. We can probably save it for like another. Maybe I don't know. We should do it next weekend or more read. Yeah, I mean, like if we reread more, maybe we can do it next weekend. Maybe on Saturday or Sunday, like at this time, we can like only go through the Lord Discord. So like what I'm gonna be doing this whole week during my free time, or like whenever I eat my lunch or whatever, I'm gonna start going through the chapters, do my notes and whatnot, and see how far I can get in my notes, and then we'll go through the Lord Discord, and we'll start going through everything. We'll start analyzing everything. But at least for now, we can read more. Oh, you're gonna head out, Mysterious? Just got my Froyo. Nice. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Wait, what is that? What's a Froyo? I don't know what's a Froyo, but that's sick, dude. Let's keep reading. 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 5 seconds. Let's just do this. Let me just make a new timestamp since we were talking about who our ops could be. Let's keep reading. Klein turns into Froyo in chapter 420 Froyo. I don't know what's a Froyo. Froyo is a frozen yogurt. It's like ice cream. Oh, frozen yogurt. I was like, what the fuck is a Froyo? Now I want some fucking ice cream. Let's keep reading, dude. The reason I dislike COI... Oh, wait, hold up. I don't want to read that just yet, King Godzilla. I do want to go into COI unclouded, zero bias, right? I don't want to like sway one way or another. I know a lot of people don't like how it ends, but I know some people don't mind how it ends. I know when people have really high expectations, something like it builds up a certain level of expectations, and I don't want to have any expectations just yet. My expectations for COI is like however Lord of Mysteries turns out. I'll send my Froyo in general. Hell yeah, dude. We'll take a look at it right now. We'll be like awed and like, wow, it's so beautiful. Look at that beautiful Froyo. All right, next chapter. Next chapter 411, as I update this while we're still recording, is right here. Chapter 411 is called Coming in Throngs. Seems to be of the Ballum lineage, a university lecturer. It really is Mr. Zik, not someone sharing the same name. Using the information provided by Old Collier, Klein basically confirmed that the person that the bounty was aimed at was a subsequent descendant. Klein basically confirmed that the person the bounty was aimed at was a suspected descendant of Death, a Zik. I think a Zik is like the reincarnation of Death itself, because Death was killed 1,400 years ago, coincidentally, when the Zik first came about, right? And now he obtained creeping hunger, which needs souls to consume it. So maybe that was a part of like the original Death body. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out what's going on with a Zik. I really like a Zik though right now. Here lies a problem. Who or what organization is looking for Mr. Zik? The Numinous Espionage, I'm reading that wrong, whose ultimate goal is to revive Death. Ince Zengwil, who likes to play the mastermind behind the scenes. It's unlikely to be the latter. Ince Zengwil has sealed artifact 008, which allows a target to act according to his descriptions. And through a series of coincidences, he can achieve his desired objective. There's no need at all for him to use the gangs and bounty hunters to find Mr. Zick. Wait, what if this is actually an arrangement by sealed artifact 008, realizing that he's now the target of Mr. Zick, but lacks the confidence to clinch victory in battle? Instant Will is using 008 to instigate conflict between Mr. Zick and some particular faction. Dude, this is so big brain. I will not be able to piece this together. Mr. Zick and some particular faction hoping to eliminate his enemy indirectly, and this reward was issued by the faction. It's very possible. However, I can't rule out the numinous Episcopate. Episcafate. Why doesn't it just say fate? Episcafate. Episcafate. Oh, Episcafate. Easy. P-A fate. Fate. I get it. The numinous Episcafate. Right? Episcafate. No? No? That shit wrong? Overnight secretly OP? No, I don't know about that. We like her so far. I feel like any gods, we have to be wary. Even if they're like quote unquote good, right? We don't know yet. To get revenge, Mr. Zick might have made contact with them. However, there was no major differences between the two parties regarding the resurrection of death, which was eventually led to a falling out. Client instantly thought of two possibilities and the corresponding reasons. Damn, we're almost at 40 people again. Thank you. He took a sip of his coffee and said to Old Kohler, "Help me find out who issued this bounty and its exact price. If it's appropriate, I'll take note of it while I'm at it." "No problem." Old Kohler didn't feel that anything was amiss. Klein requested. From a certain perspective, there was no essential differences between a private detective and a bounty hunter. The only difference was that the former would involve themselves in trivial matters such as catching the adulterer in the act, finding cats, and helping other walk dogs, while they tend to use powers of deduction more than brute force. When Old Co finished describing what he had seen and heard, Klein briefly taught him some of the tricks of leading conversations based on Nighthawk's curriculum, as well as the contingency plans for specific scenarios. "It's time for me to go to the dogs. Thank you." Are we going to have another dark? Episcopate. Oh, not Episcopate. Episcopate. I got it. "It's time for me to go to the docks. Thank you, Detective Moriarty, for allowing me to lead a good life once again." Old Co picked up the old worn-out hat and table and thanked him sincerely. The detective, in his view, not only provided him with a well-paid job, but he also taught him many useful things. Even the detective no longer needed him as an informant. The skills he learned would allow him to barely survive in Eastboro, especially since he was growing older and less capable of laborious work. A good life, in my opinion, what you have now is the basics of what a person should have. After watching Old Kohler walk out of the cheap coffee house, Klein sat there in a daze. This was the first time that he had heard a friend's name from someone else since he arrived in Backland, and it was also the first time that he might have grasped Instant Will's whereabouts. This could be hype. For the past 3 months, Klein's main goal had been to digest the potion and enhance himself, especially after he killed Lenavus. This was because he knew very well that he and Instant Will, who was most likely a high sequence beyonder, had an unbridgeable gap. He couldn't be impatient for revenge, especially when it came to the chilling sealed artifact 008. He didn't even have the intention to approach and investigate it. Scenes from the Blackthorn Security Company and Taken replayed themselves in Klein's mind, and those bright, polished shoes clearly appeared before his eyes. Oh, when he came in, right? Instant Will's bright polishes. That's crazy. That's scary, dude. Raising his head and slowly letting out a breath, Klein took his scarf and hat and walked out of the cheap coffee shop. I am excited for the build up for this volume, bro. Oh, it's gonna be a good finale, huh? Woo! Helstonboro outside a rather old building. Klein got off the carriage and pressed his hat and went straight to the door. It was Isengard Stanton's coffee. The great detective had written to Klein a few days ago, inviting him to come over to discuss a murder case. Mr. Klein, who has been busy with the finances of the bike project, tactfully replied that he had no time to spare as a former of rejection. To his surprise, Isengard Stanton didn't seem to mind and said to the case had hit a brick wall, making it unlikely that there would be any breakouts anytime soon. He was very willing to wait for Detective Sherlock Moriarty to visit visit and express how he looked forward to an exchange that ignited sparks of wisdom. As such, Klein could only first divine a suitable date for the visit, picking the closest date after negotiations, which had appeared to be this afternoon. With that, he rode back and fixed an appointment. Ding dong, ding dong. Klein rang the bell twice and stepped back to wait. More than 10 seconds later, the door creaked open and the assistant of the great detective Isengard said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Mr. Stanton is waiting for you in the activity room. Would you like coffee or tea?" The assistant was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked both refined and professional. Klein looked up at him and said, "Tea. Be spraying on the lemon slices." "No problem." The assistant led Klein into the living room, pointed to the activity room, and said, "Sorry, our servants are only temporary, and they just happen to be on their day off today, so I can only trouble you to go over alone." Klein nodded and walked towards the activity room on the first floor. As he lifted his hand to knock on the door, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Something was amiss. "I arranged a visit to Mr. Stanton a few days in advance. Why would I chance upon the temporary servant's day off? Another coincidence? Why would I chance upon the temporary servant's day off?" Klein's eyes narrowed and he pulled out a copper penny. At this moment, the door to the activity room opened due to the knock, producing a tiny crack. Battle music for him running into her. Only 1,001 chapters to go. We're so close, dude. Klein's eyes narrowed and pulled out a copper penny. At this moment, the door to the activity room opened due to the knock, producing a tiny crack. In the blink of an eye, as if some seal was lifted, the strong smell of fresh blood poured out and overwhelmed Klein's nose. From what he could see, From what he could see, the reclining chair in the activity room was overturned and was stained with dark red blood. A book laid beside it, its cover facing up. With just one glance, Klein felt as if he was seeing a murder scene. The name of the book caught his eye, The Devil's Legend of Civilis Borough. Devil. Klein was about to make a move when a strong wind suddenly blew in the activity room, quickly pulling the door back. Creak. Klein clearly saw the entire interior of the activity room. Wait. The charcoal in the fireplace had long since burned out, and there was no longer any red embers glowing. The coffee table, the sofa, the chairs, the cupboard, and other items had either fallen, shattered. It appeared as if it had witnessed an intense battle. Yeah. Oh, that's not good, dude. There was a lot of blood on the carpet and walls. I feel like the music is kind of hitting right now. There was a lot of blood on the carpet of the wall and a lot of scorch marks, but there was no signs of body at the scene, not even a stump. Now it's too loud. There was a lot of blood on the carpet walls and a lot of scorch marks, but there was no signs of a body at the scene, not even a stump limp. Something happened to Detective Stanton, and Klein suddenly took a step back, intending to first leave the place. However, almost at the same time, he felt someone lock onto him. Someone was staring at him with a cold and merciless gaze from an unknown location. Ooh, my God. The moment he made a mistaken response, he would immediately be met with a fatal blow. How can this be a suitable day to visit Isengard Stanton? Was my interpretation of the revelation wrong? Klein didn't dare to act rashly. However, he was neither too nervous or flustered. Having experienced many battles and performances, he knew that he needs to stay calm during such moments. Okay, what are we going to do now? Tap, tap, tap. Isengard Stanton assistant walked over with a tray. On the tray was a tin teapot and 2 white porcelain cups. The assistant froze in place when he saw the scene in the activity room. He looked at Klein, his face suddenly filled with fear as he stuttered, You killed Mr. Stanton." Every time he said a word, a piece of flesh fell from his face as blood gushed out. After he finished speaking, his body was torn. Ooh, what? He looked, "You killed Mr. Stanton." Every time he said a word, a piece of flesh fell from his face and blood gushed out. Oh, that is so creepy, dude. Wait. Hold the fuck up. What the fuck? Bro, your name? What, I meant Celestial Worthy? Well, only one would be worthy. We'll see. Oh my God. After he finished speaking, his body was torn to shreds, turning into a dismembered corpse. Is this a nightmare or is this actually happening? It was as if he had always been in that state, with everything preceding this being him in a state where he was stitched up. Clank, crank. The tin pot and white porcelain cup hit the ground at the same time, rolling or splashing, and the tea water quickly soaked the area. Klein didn't move as he stood there watching everything that had happened, this was because he still felt that he was being watched. The person who had caused this series of events appeared to be waiting for him to make a move before leaping out onto his back and snapping his neck. After an unknown period of time in a silent and eerie stalemate, Klein saw the door to Isengard Stanton's house open up as a group of policemen in black and white checkered uniform stormed in. Are they setting him up? After an unknown period of time in a silent and eerie stalemate, Klein saw the door to Isengard Stanton's house open up as a group of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms stormed in. When they found the nauseating and dismembered corpses on the floor, they drew their revolvers and pointed them at Klein, who had stood at the doorway of the activity room. Despite facing the black muzzles of the gun, Klein relaxed. The wordless gaze that seemed to hold a gun to the back of his head disappeared in an instant. Klein raised his hands and laughed tersely. I won't say anything until I see my lawyer. Backland's Chiswick police station, chained to a water pipe, Klein met lawyer Driggan once again. I will accompany you during the interrogation. There was nothing unusual about Driggan's expression, as though Detective Moriarty belonged here. Klein sighed and said, what a tragedy. I should be considering what I will be eating tonight, not talking about a stone-faced police officer. The thing he was most thankful for today was that, due to the Aurora Order's investigation and the attention of Rose School of Thought's high sequence Beyonders, he didn't bring any Beyonder items with him. His only revolver was easily concealed from the body searched using a magic-like performance. When he entered the interrogation room, he recounted the letter he received from Isengard Stanton about discussing a case without the police officer's questioning. That's so wild, man. So there goes my theory on Isengard Stanton being some form of Jack the Ripper. Clearly he's dead, so that's clearly not gonna happen. But it was so bad. Isengard Stanton was mentioned like way back in Volume 1, and now he's just gone. He gave him such high praise. I thought he was gonna be in the series for a lot longer. Damn, man. That's one down, man. I know he's definitely not going to be the last death in this volume. And I just hope it's a character that I don't care too much about yet. Yeah, he was mentioned in Volume 1. Yeah. It was, I think Audrey, Olga, and Fours went to him when they needed help. Like, oh, like we need help from a detective. Yeah. I will accompany you during the interrogation. There's nothing unusual about Driggan's expression, as though Detective Moriarty belonged here. Klein said, what a tragedy. Well, I read this. The thing he was most thankful for today was... I read this too. When he entered the interrogation room, he recounted the letters. I read this too. Later, we'll go to your house with Mr. Driggan to retrieve these letters. I hope they're still there. The officer in charge of the interrogation switched gears and asked, how did you get to know Detective Isengard Stanton? Klein replied without hesitation, because of that serial murderer case. At this point, he suddenly froze for a moment. It reminded him of something. He had always suspected that there was a master behind the devil dog. Ain't no way we're going back to the mastermind. There was a master behind the devil dog, the person who had harumphed when the devil dog was killed. Harumphed? I've never read that word. Yes, the book Stanton was reading before the attack was the devil's... Oh, the book. So it was from the owner. He was telling him, like, get off my back. Yes, the book Stanton was reading before the attack was The Devil's Legend of Civilis Borough. Could it be that the owner of the devil dog is beginning to take revenge after lying low all this time, and Detective Stanton was the person in the police records who provided the main clues or ideas? Furthermore, he was the one who received the bounty reward. Klein quickly had a theory. But wouldn't that also tie Klein to it? Because it said, oh, it was also based on Sherlock Moriarty's like skills that we were, right? Yeah, during the Coolingas case. Yeah, it was during the Coolingas case. They asked, when they're trying to find info. Let's update and let's keep reading, bro. Volume 2 is gonna have such a good finale, bro. Oh, I can feel it. Look at the goosebumps. You probably can't see him. Hold up, I lied. I don't have goosebumps just yet, but I'm feeling it. Let's pause and update, and let's keep reading Letter. Let's read the next chapter titled Letter. Letter. I don't know if I should grab chips. I have chips that I was gonna save for the main event fight for WrestleMania, but kind of, I don't know if I should just eat them now. I don't know if I should just pick out right now. 2 hours, 13 minutes, 28 seconds. You know it, and we know it. You know it, and we know it, and I know it. All of us in chat room. All of us know Volume 2 is gonna be one crazy ass fucking finale. Now, is the Volume 2 finale? Oh, look. Klein gets the Shinobi Army treatment, if you get what I mean. I get what you mean. You know what? Isengard was more well known. It's like he was more well known, but during the when he was like dividing his bounty, he also like, oh, and great contribution to Klein, right? Sherlock Moriarty. Unless the devil dog mastermind or like the owner of the dog and starts interrogating them, we'll find out. I put the wrong chapter. Why the fuck? We're at 421. We're at 421. We're at 412. All I'm saying is, and I lost my train of thought. I found my train of thought. I don't know if Volume 2 is going to be as hype as the Volume 1 ending. But I'm down. I think Volume 2 might just pass. No, I think Volume 2 ending might just pass the Volume 1 ending with this setup. But usually, like, an emotional finale is what gets me the most, right? But thank you, King Godzilla. You read my mind, bro. Some would say that was a coincidence, but we will see. In my opinion, it is. I'm excited, bro. Let's read chapter 412. Let's read the next fucking chapter. But let me fix my timestamp since we kept talking. 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 38 seconds. All right, bet. Let's fucking keep reading. In my opinion, it is. In my opinion, I'm excited. Chapter 412 is called Letter, and my music is too loud, so I'm gonna lower it already a bit. When he thought about the possibility that Double Dog's owner was involved, Klein changed his strategy and decided to recount his involvement with Isengard Stanton in great detail. In addition, he took the initiative to mention Isengard Stanton exemplary of a team of detectives to investigate the serial murder and the portion of the bounty that they successfully obtained. In that commission, although I only gave some ideas, in the jargon of the private detective industry, I provided suggestions, but it was still considered the greatest contribution by Mr. Stanton, so I received the bulk of the bounty, Klein concluded. The two officers in charge of interrogation jolted down the information and asked if anyone could prove it. Klein gave them the names of the addresses of Stuart, Kozlana, and the other private detectives. Very good, Mr. Moriarty. Your answer is detailed enough. A police officer stopped writing and asked, how long did you spend in Isengard Stanton's home today? I mean, from the time you entered to the time we found you. Klein thought for a moment and, without consulting the lawyer, Jurgen directly, about 2 to 3 minutes. What he said was based on what he truly felt. Another police officer raised his eyebrows and said, many residents nearby were able to confirm that you entered Isengard Stanton's house at around 2:10 p.m. We arrived at the scene at 2:28 p.m., which is to say you were in the house for about 18 minutes, not 2 or 3 minutes. What exactly were you doing during this lengthy period of time? Why didn't you leave and call the police? 18 minutes? Klein frowned suddenly. He felt that the stalemate he had with the existence which was silently watching him lasted for slightly more than a minute. How did it take a full 18 minutes? Was it the strange feeling of being watched that confused my grasp of time? Time is definitely going to be involved in this series at the end. Let's shut it now. I don't know what happened. Okay, but we'll chill. If we're talking, no, never mind. We're good. Was it the strange feeling of being watched that confused my grasp of time, or was this something else? Is it the beyond our powers or the other party? If it really was the owner of the Devil Dog, he would at least be sequence 6, with a high probability of being sequence 5. While Klein pondered, Jurgen leaned forward, ready to accuse the police of being possessing leading questions. Yeah, the fuck, that's a lead-on question. Ready to accuse the police of being posing leading questions. That was not a very good reasoning, but he simply wanted to use his method to interrupt the pace of the interrogation and delay the unfavorable questioning for his client. At this moment, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. What I just said was the truth, based on what I felt only 2 or 3 minutes had grasped after I entered Detective Isengard Stanton's house. Upon saying that, he emphasized, yes, based on what I felt. The two officers exchanged looks before writing the statement down. After a moment of silence, during the officer who had asked, that was a good response, Klein. After a moment of silence, the officer who had asked the question said, during those 18 minutes, a servant who came back from outside the house rang the doorbell, but no one answered. So he looked in through the oriel window and saw the floor full of corpses, and that you were standing in the doorway of the activity room. He was terrified, running to the police station like a madman. And many passerbys and some residents had confirmed that. Klein ignored the look in Lord Jurgen's eyes and shook his head. I didn't hear the doorbell. The two officers exchanged looks again, but they made no comment. All they did was jot down what he said. He asked questions about other details, and Klein, who had done nothing, and was free from guilt, answered every question truthfully. At the end, he couldn't help but ask, did you find Detective Isengard standing? It didn't seem like the activity room had the corpse. He's likely to still be alive, right? A police officer, that is a lead-on question. A police officer used a pen to tap on the table and said, that's one of the things we're wondering about. Only the activity room in the house had signs of fighting, and the windows were closed and they hadn't been open for days. As you know, it's very normal to do so during Backland's autumn and winter seasons. The attacker and Mr. Isengard Stannon left the room in a strange way, and we found no trace of him anywhere else in the house or in the neighborhood, not even blood. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he questioned before answering his own question. You definitely wish to mention the activity room's door and the door to the house, but many people have confirmed that there was no pursuit nearby. Nor was there anyone taken hostage or a corpse being moved away. Maybe it really happened in the middle of the night. Maybe they were able to go through walls. Klein silently offered other possibilities in mind, and he silently prayed. May the goddess bless Detective Isengard Staden and he escape. May the goddess bless Detective Isengard Staden and that he escaped the disaster. The Evernight goddess was the empress of disaster and horror. When the interrogation was over, Klein was remanded in a small room, and the police sent someone to pick up the letter as evidence with Laura Drigan at 15 Mink Street. It wasn't until the evening that Klein was finally admitted to bail, posting a sum of £50. It's much more expensive than the last time. It's difficult for the average private detective to produce that much cash in a short period of time. After leaving the Chiswick police station, Klein pulled up the collar of his tweed coat and complained to Jurgen. Jurgen still wore professional and state expression. The situation was favorable towards you the last time, but this time much of the evidence points to you. He stopped a rental carriage, turned his head and looked at Klein. Sherlock, I'm your lawyer. Before you answer the policeman's questions, it's best that you communicate with me, even if it's just sending me a look. Do not speak carelessly, even if you feel that there are no problems. Ordinary people who haven't been trained will easily say things that trip them up. I'm used to fabricating my own stories and solving my own problems. Klein recalled what had just happened and gave a hollow. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Without another word, Drigan boarded the carriage. Klein sat down across him and thought about Detective Isengard Stanton's attack. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the rumbling sounds in his stomach. It's already past my normal dinner time. Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. He didn't want to waste any more energy preparing food, so he began to think about which restaurant was worth looking forward to. At a moment, Jurgen raised his eyelids and said, I've asked my grandmother to prepare dinner for 3. Stop. No. We are not going to take him out in this volume, bro. I'm going to be so mad. How can I impose on you? Klein was startled for a moment before he left. Miss Dor's cooking skills are always something to look forward to. Not the last time. They had me guessing the last time she was cooking. By the time they got back to Mink Street in Sherwood Borough, the sky was completely dark, and the street lamps were even brighter than the indistinct red moon in the sky. After having dinner at the Jurgen's house and having fun with the cat, Klein strolled back to Unit 15 in the cold, damp air. Lower the volume a bit, and I lost my place. He habitually rummaged through the letter box and pulled out a copy of the Buckland Evernight News that he had just arrived. Klein opened the door with a newspaper in his hand, and just as he put the cane away, he realized something was wrong. His spiritual intuition as a seer told him that a stranger had entered his house. Was it it's the interrogator from the beginning that's going to be in there. Was it the police who came to collect the evidence? Klein looked around warily and suddenly saw a letter on the coffee table. There should have only been newspapers sitting there. Klein entered the living room warily in preparation for an attack. He moved closer to the coffee table, and during the entire process, the surroundings were completely silent without the slightest abnormality. Glancing down at the letter, Klein first took out a pair of black gloves and wore them before opening the letter. There was a thin piece of paper inside the envelope. After unfolding it, a dark red color was immediately reflected in Klein's eyes, and the faint smell of blood lingered around his nose. What? Words were written on the piece of paper with coagulated blood. All of you will die. Kind of reminds me of what the original Klein wrote at the beginning. Everyone will die, including me. Okay. Full circle. Now that we're at the end of Volume 2, or we're approaching the final act of Volume 2. Is this really the owner of the Devil Dog? Is he taking revenge on the people who caused his subordinates death? This is truly a case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why not directly find the Nighthawks responsible for the cleanup operation? Klein's heart tightened and many thoughts flashed through his mind. but he quickly dismissed his complaint. It was very normal to exact vengeance on the person that one could handle. Just like the past few months in Backland, he had never thought of finding Ince Zunguil, but he never gave up his pursuit of Lenavus. After looking around again, Klein gradually found that this matter was a little confusing. Isn't he afraid of being caught by the officer beyonders by using such an ostentatious method to exact revenge? Is this the acting requirement for his potion? Oh, maybe he's still acting, right? Or rather, because Detective Isengard Stanton escaped, he knows that he can't get rid of his target's secret, so he can only switch his methods. But what's the reason behind this method? Also, when I was a detective at Stanton's house, he was clearly watching me. Why didn't he make a move? Was he apprehensive towards an ordinary private detective like me? No, impossible. Does he know that I might be under? Possible. Due to the side effects of me getting lost due to the master key, I had met with that dog. It was my body and how I looked like. Although I was disguised, I can't be certain that the devil dog can see through it. Perhaps after that incident, it was able to present the scene to its owner in some way. However, at that time, I couldn't even defeat the devil dog, so I could only run away pathetically. What is there to be afraid of, unless he's worried about something else, such as an injured Isengard Stanton who might be hiding nearby? Did he write to me very openly, thinking that I, while beyonder, wouldn't dare to seek help from the officials? With his head filled with questions, Klein inspected the house and walked all the way to the second floor. When he opened the bedroom door, another letter came into view. The letter lay quietly on the desk as though it had been waiting for him for a very long time. He's like, "You're next," right? Klein opened the letter and saw a line of dark red words that Ow! I literally just said that. It, as though it had been waiting for him for a very long time. Klein opened the letter and saw a line of the dark red words that were drawn. Is this his blood? 40 people here. You're next. Next. How arrogant. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Yo. At this moment, he suddenly had a thought. He raised his head and looked outside the window. Across him were a few two-story houses with their lights on. The glow of the street lamps fell on the outer wall, forming a criss-crossing zone. All of a sudden... Oh shit, we're going to fight. All of a sudden, the shadows in the area squirmed and twisted, forming a black shadow on a tailcoat. The shadow raised its right hand, gesturing its shape of a gun, and pointed at a Klein. Then it retracted its arm and blew at the gun's muzzle. Immediately after, it silently fell back, transforming into a countless disconnected shadows. Yo, okay. Is this a fight? Or was that it? Was that, or like, is it gonna be more? Wait, let me read a little bit more before we change it to battle music. Hold up. Wait, hold up. Let's read a little bit more. I don't know if this is going to be a fight or if that was it. Hold up. I don't know if I'm supposed to get battle music ready. But let's read a little bit more. 225. Oh, my God. This is kind of scary, bro. Oh, shit. We're at the police station. So maybe it's not a fight just yet. I feel like... What would I like? Hold up before I read it. Read till 417? I think we can make it. Maybe not to 417. Let me see. Let's see how far we can go. That's like another 5 chapters, right? It's been like almost 4 hours. I think let's see how far we can go. I feel like Easy Geek will love Regress or Tale of Cultivation is a very gripping novel. Oh, okay. I think I've heard people talk about that one too. One sec. Shit. Don't mess with your fingernails, man. Such a bad habit. Agreed? Let's see how far we can get. Don't get... Wait, hold up. Just FYI. If we don't get to that chapter, wait, I'm sorry. But let's keep reading for now. Alright, chapter 413 is called Visitors. Inside the Rice police station, which was in charge of Mink Street and the surrounding districts, Klein shook hands with the officer who escorted him out. This threatening letter must have had something to do with the previous serial murderers, the organization of the detective team. Did I update up here? No, I didn't. I caught myself. I didn't update it. I'm sorry. Klein shook hands with the officer who escorted him out. This threatening letter must have had something to do with the previous serial murderers. The organizer of the detective meme, the great detective, Mr. Isengard Stanton, had already been attacked this afternoon. Please take this seriously. The police officer retracted his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Moriarty. We definitely won't ignore your suggestion and immediately report this to the higher-ups. Thank you so much." Klein put on his hat and walked out the door. After seeing... I lost my place. After seeing the 2 threatening letters and provocation from the suspected Devil Dog Master, Klein didn't hesitate to bring the evidence to the nearest police station to report the case. He secretly hoped that the matter would be transferred to the mandated punishers of the machinery hive mind team as quickly as possible so that he could be placed under the protection of official beyonders. Although he no longer had any reason to keep his identity as a detective, being fully capable of giving up his residence at 15 Mink Street and switching to another residence and identity when he becomes a faceless. He suspected that this might have been the purpose of the author of the threatening letter. Using the fear of wild beyonders being exposed, the perpetrator was forcing him to flee under the cover of the night. Then, during this process, he could seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Actually, it's quite a suitable time to attack me while I was heading over to the police station to report the incident. It's the same as when I was at home. That fellow has other plans. Oh, so he's not just trying to kill him. That fellow has other plans. Confused and worried, Klein returned to Mink Street. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he saw a figure loitering in the front of his house with the help of the street lamps amid the drizzle. Klein's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately relaxed as he recognized the visitor. It was Stewart, a slim private detective with a medium build who adored him. I can't be careless. What if the subsequent sequences of Devil has a power similar to Faceless? Klein gripped his cane tight and slowly approached. Then he gave a probing shout. Detective Stewart abruptly turned his head and nervously said, Mr. Moriarty, I received a threatening letter. It said all of you will die. You received it as well. Klein blurted out in surprise while also finding it understandable. Stewart was also one of the detectives that Isengard Stanton had gathered for the investigation of the serial murderers. Stewart's eyes widely abruptly. You received it too? Yes, Klein nodded seriously. More than one, actually, he added silently. What should I do? I first went to visit Mr. Stanton, but I heard that he was attacked, so I immediately came to you. Oh, thank you, God, for his blessings. I was about to leave. Stewart blurted out, what a coincidence. I was about to leave. Stewart blurted out. Klein pointed to the door. Let's talk inside. After entering the living room, Klein excused himself to the bathroom and hurriedly went above the gray fog to perform two divinations. First, it was to confirm that the person was Stewart, and second, if there was any relatively serious dangers that night, he received a revelation confirming both. In other words, Stewart wasn't the enemy in disguise, and it would be a night of considerable danger. Of course, the danger might not happen right in front of Klein, but someone might be wiped out in secret. This was the limitation of divination. All he could receive was a revelation of a certain degree, not the entire answer. He was unable to get a precise answer. Furthermore, the limitations in mysticism couldn't be solved by the techniques such as exclusion or dichotomy. Returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button of the toilet bowl, and in the midst of the splashing water, he washed his hands and opened the door. And this music is so serious for him washing his hands. Stewart, would you like coffee or tea? Klein asked in a completely composed manner. Stewart stood up and shook his head. No, we should discuss the problem first. Although I received many threatening letters in the past, none of them can be compared to what I received today. He must have written them using fresh blood. My intuition tells me that he'll definitely take action and that he has the ability to do so. By the way, Mr. Stanton was attacked by the same person, wasn't he? I think so, Klein said stoically before sitting down. This likely had something to do with the previous serial murderers. The common thing that you, me, and Mr. Stanton share in common is that case. Stewart's reaction is a little too extreme, as he spooked out by the attack on Mr. Stanton. At the same time, Klein was carefully observing Stewart. I figured it out. It's what was the other woman's name? The woman detective. We haven't seen the woman detective. The woman detective is the Devil Dog's owner. So it wasn't Isengard. It was one of Isengard's detective friends. Kazlana, thank you. I think it's Kazlana. If Kazlana, unless Kazlana comes up saying she got the same letter, cool. Because she was also on the case. So there's, but like if she doesn't get a letter, then I have high probability to suspect that it's Kazlana. I think so. Klein said stoically before sitting down. This likely has something to do with the previous serial murderers. The common thing that you, me, and Mr. Stanton share in common is this case. Wow, I butchered that whole sentence. Stewart's reaction is a little too extreme. Is he spooked out by the attack of Mr. Stanton? At the same time, Klein was carefully observing Stewart. Being infected by his attitude, Stewart calmed down significantly. He sat down again and said while deep in thought, it seems to be the case. Before he could finish his sentence, tinkling sounds suddenly echoed in the room. Someone had rung the doorbell. Oh, unless Kazlan is at the doorbell, then I'm wrong. Someone had rung the doorbell. Stewart instantly jolted just like a frightened bird. Klein frowned as he looked at him before getting up and head to the door. As soon as he touched the handle, the scene outside appeared in his mind. Oh, wait. Maybe it's her. The visitors were Detective Kazlana in her gray tweed coat, her red hair assistant. Oh, maybe it's Lydia, because she has red hair, right? Red devil. And several other men who looked familiar. They're all, unless all of them got it. They're all private detectives who Mr. Stanton had assembled. As expected, as Klein recalled, he recognized the visitors. He pulled open the door and took 2 steps back. With bushy eyebrows and slightly dropping cheeks, Kazlana looked at Klein and Stewart, who was behind him. Without exchanging pleasantries, she brought it out. We've all received the same threatening letter, so I believe you guys did too, right? Yes, Klein replied solemnly. Ooh, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah, okay. So it's not her. Okay. Yes, Klein replied solemnly. Kazlana didn't shy away from her exhaling a breath of whisk mist. We were all assembled by Mr. Stanton to participate in the investigation of the serial murders. That's the only thing we have in common. I think so too. Klein pointed inside the house. Let's talk inside. Watching the 6 private detectives enter, Klein quickly analyzed the intentions of the Devil Dog's master. To stir up such a huge commotion, they will soon attract attention of the official Beyonder organizations. Who knows, there might be a demigod powerhouse guarding this area, so how would he take his revenge? He's just being provocative, making the military and other Beyonders from the 3 churches send people to protect all these private detectives. With the official Beyonders not daring to neglect, it will scatter personnel and exhaust them by making them run around. Is all this to take revenge on the main target of the attack from back then? In this process, he might even have a chance to kill some of the official Beyonders. As for the private investigators, he will only take action much later on once their wariness has relaxed. Of course, if probes such as this gives an opening, then he definitely wouldn't let it go. To devils who can sense danger ahead of time, this is a method that plays on their strengths. However, the 3 churches, together with the military and the royal family, have many experts and sealed artifacts. They have no lack of demigods and grade 0 and grade 1 sealed artifacts. Is the master of the Devil Dog so certain that there are no powers or items that can restrain this strength of his? No, he definitely wouldn't dare. The official powers, especially the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind, have been fighting devils for who knows how many years. In the 4th epoch, even in the more ancient 3rd epoch, there was no lack of similar deeds. Maybe someone faked his letter. That's what I'm thinking. You guys have played the whodunit game, right? It's like Mafia, right? It's like Mafia. It's like there's someone in this group that probably has a fake letter. So it could still be Kazlana. No, he definitely wouldn't dare. The official powers, especially the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind, have been fighting devils for who knows how many years. In the 4th epoch, even in the more ancient 3rd epoch, there was no lack of similar deeds. The master of the Devil Dog is at most a sequence 5. As long as anything goes wrong to the point of nothing going wrong, he can be torn apart by a demigod or a terrifying sealed artifact. Why would he still dare to make such attempts? It could be said that he's simply toying with the officials and that he wouldn't act, doing it in time and time again. So there's another possibility. Using the threatening letter, he's able to get more than half the targets gathered together. Then using official Beyonder organizations, counterbalancing of each other, and procedural and oh my god, I cannot pronounce this word. And bureaucratic tendencies create a time delay. The attack on Mr. Eisner Stanton must have been handed over to the machinery hive mind, who is in charge of the supernatural affairs in Hilston Borough, but the ones who killed the Devil Dog were mainly composed of the Nighthawks. This is how Leonard comes into the play, right? The 2 organizations definitely don't communicate in detail too much. Well, it can also be assigned based on Mr. Stanton's faith. Which deity does he believe in? I don't seem to know, nor can I tell. In short, with so many private investigators living in different districts and with different faiths, this is why it falls to the Red Gloves, right? Because they have greater jurisdiction. And with different faiths, the divination of jurisdictions is a troublesome matter, and joint operations aren't so easy to achieve. At this moment, the ones protecting us should only be 2 or 3 groups of official Beyonders. At very most, they would be at the level of decons, and they wouldn't use sealed artifacts which are too powerful or dangerous. Even a demigod high sequence beyonder wouldn't direct their gaze over to us that quickly. This would give the Devil Dog Master a chance. So the Devil Dog Master's like planning all this out because he knows like it's gonna take a while for them to respond. Although 3 to 4 groups of official beyonders can definitely kill one or even more than one sequence 5, as long as he takes advantage of the situation, there's a good chance that he can successfully escape. Klein was able to deduce 2 or 3 possibilities in just 20 to 30 seconds, and given each of them a preliminary option, thinking of the divination outcome that indicated that there would be a significant danger tonight. Klein thoughtfully nodded his head, closed the door, and entered the living room. He said to the sitting or standing detectives, "Have you called the police?" There are almost half of the people who were assembled back then gathered here. He surveyed the detectives and muttered inwardly. Representing the rest of Kazlana replied, "Some had called the police while the others have tried to find Mr. Standard or familiar friends. Finally, all of us together discussed visiting you and the great detective." My music is so loud. Ooh. Wow, that music spiked right there. Lower music? Yeah. I just got jump scared by the music. You know what's funny? I haven't even adjusted the music. The music was just really low and like ambiguous, and then it just cuts to that. That was so fucking funny. Music, yeah, the music was definitely loud. Yeah. I was just looking away and I got jump scared. Yeah, that was wild. Let's go back. Yeah, because look, I haven't even adjusted the music. That's just how low this music is. Look. Elden Ring music is like, it'd be like, it goes up and down, bro. It's wild, dude. That's why the game is so fucking hype when you're playing it. Music just hits. I'm used to being jump scared by unmodified Elden Ring audio. Yeah, you know, it's a given. You know, it's give or take. Let me find my place and let's continue. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Okay, let's read from here after that jump scare. Klein gently nodded. Let me lower it a bit. And deliberately said, "Everyone, don't be too nervous. The person who sent the letter should be trying to get revenge for the serial murderer. But he's only one person with at most 1 or 2 companions. As for usual, we have a total of 8 detectives, all skilled in combat and shooting. So why should we be afraid of him? Besides, we were not the only ones assembled by Mr. Stanton, and it must be the same for those who received the threatening letters. They just didn't end up meeting you or come to visit me." Lost my place. Upon hearing his words, Kazlana and her assistant Lydia revealed doubtful expressions as if they were unsure of something. Another detective took a deep breath. "Mr. Moriarty, perhaps it's as you say, we need to not be afraid of him. But he's a sinister snake lurking in the dark." A snake. I caught that. The snake. I caught that snake reference. But he's a sinister snake lurking in the dark. No one knows when he will launch an attack, and no one can guard against it in advance. Furthermore, he might even harm our family members. Family members. Oh, my wife. No, my little angel. The detectives were instantly overwhelmed by their emotions as they exhibited exaggerated reactions. Standing behind Klein, Stewart was trembling with fear and anger. "No, I don't want to," he murmured, almost losing control of his emotions. Just as Klein and Kazlana attempted to calm them down, Stewart suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at the back of Klein's head. What the fuck? His eyes were glazed over and his emotions seemed to have completely overwhelmed him. What? Stewart suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at the back of Klein's head. Let me pause it and let me update this. Hold up. Is he being controlled? Is he in cahoots with the Aurora Order and the True Creator? No. That's not it. That's not it. A Secura boss. Let's pause. Let's update and let's keep reading. Hold up. Before we keep reading, eyes glazed over. Hold up. Before we keep reading, just give me like 3 minutes to calm my voice, because my voice already sounds a little raspy, and I don't want it to get too raspy. So let me kind of just give me like not even 5. Just give me like 5 minutes. Just give me a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. I'll be honest, I think we might stop at this chapter. Just because I can feel my voice already getting a little raspy 4 hours in. Hold up. And we don't want to start off on a bad note for the week. At least for Monday stream. So we might just do one more chapter, 1 or 2 more chapters. Just heads up. We might not get a 417. Then stop now. I'm not bad. No, that's not a good stopping point. I at least want to read one more chapter. I at least want to know what the fuck happened before we keep reading. That shit fucking confused me. Fucking Stuart came out of nowhere. He literally just fucking came out of nowhere. Stop now? I mean, we're still good. How many chapters left in volume 2? We're at 413. We're almost done. 50 to 70 chapters? Stop. You need the cliffhanger? Yeah, that was a good cliffhanger. What the fuck? I just read bang by accident. What the fuck? I can't just stop there. I need to do one more. Okay, hold up. Just give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. We'll see. If you continue one more, you have to continue the rest. Fuck. You're right. How many did we read today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, hold up. What's the stopping point you guys were telling me about? We read more. We read 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've read 12. 12 is pretty nuts. If you continue one more, you will finish volume 2. No. I can't get to the end of volume 2 today. I know there's still a lot more. I know it ends like in the 480s, 490s. So we still have like another... We're definitely gonna knock out... Realistically, I think we can finish volume 2 this month. I think we're finishing volume 2 at the end of April. We're like 420. Oh, what the fuck? It's 420. Wait, what? Whoa, next best stop is 419. Okay, hold up. Then we could probably stop. Wait. Let me just rest my voice for like 5 minutes. Hold up. I didn't realize it was 420. Hold up. I'm not alluding to anything. I found that kind of funny. I was supposed to go watch because I was at the hospital for so many days. Miss Easy Geeky didn't bring it up again, but we were originally gonna try and watch Ching Chong Chang. That one movie, just because we thought it'd be funny. 428. No, like just a date. Like today's 420. Like if you know, you know. But let me pause. Just give me 5 minutes. 5 minute break. 5 minute break. Just give me a 5 minute break to rest my voice, and then I will. So when you say stop at 419, what about 417? I thought 417 was also good. I thought you said 417 was a good stop point. Oh, let me see. Hold up. 5 minute break. Oh, I thought chapter. No. I meant that like today's dates is like 420. In most parts of the state is a day to celebrate. All right, pause. I'll be right back. 5 minute break.
Hey, I've calmed my voice here. I think I am gonna. Thought you were in your 20s, Romero. I think I am gonna end stream. I think we're gonna leave it at 12 chapters. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read. Fair. I'm gonna read for like the next 30, 45 minutes. Shadow Slave like off stream at a very slow pace. Like for like 30 minutes. Lore channel. I'm gonna save it. No? Okay, I do have to head out now. Well, maybe later tonight. Well, look, the thing is, maybe later tonight, I can do another stream. But it, like, here's the thing. If I stream Lord of Mysteries later tonight, because I forgot me and my Miss Easy Geeky were gonna go to the theaters. I almost name dropped her. we were gonna go to the theaters, and I completely forgot the time. Because well, not the time. I forgot the date. Today's 420, so we're gonna go watch a movie. Damn, do I have 20s energy, Romero? You do have 20s energy. I thought you were in your 20s also. But you know what? That's a compliment. I never went to the theater. Hey, if you guys can, go watch Sinners, man. It's such a fucking good movie. But I think I might end stream. I don't know if I do an unplanned stream. I don't know if it should be Lord of the Mysteries, because it looks like we're about to do like a fight, and I feel like we should have us. Bro, what the fuck is 20s energy? It's not Unk energy. Unk energy is like when you're close to your 30s, or you're in your 30s. That's different. 20s, it's like it's cool energy. I don't know what that means, but I think it's cool. I always thought he was like 18, 20, even older energy. Not Kane, not like walking stick old energy, but like we know what you mean. Yeah, I think I'm end stream there. If I do an unannounced stream, maybe I'll do Shadow Slave just so we can like properly plan this fight segment that's gonna happen. I don't know, but yeah, I am gonna end stream now. Yeah, I have to be ready in like an hour and a half. Celestial fighting the Unk allegations. That's funny. All right, yeah, I'm gonna let you guys go though. You guys have a beautiful day. Thank you for tuning in for like 4 hours. The recording was 2 hours and 40 minutes. We covered a lot today. IG, it's because I didn't study a lot. Update chapter. Oh, okay, let's update it for the next stream. Holy shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it there. We're gonna do our outro though. I didn't plan the time properly, so we're gonna end the stream now. 12 chapters is decent. I think that was pretty decent. Yeah, it was pretty good. We were actually pretty locked in today, so I'm kind of proud of that. We didn't stutter too many words. Just a little bit. We stuttered a little bit. Not a lot, but not a little. That wasn't noticeable. I think I shouldn't have revealed it. But we're gonna end it there. I'm kind of mad that we stopped. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna look at it right now, Romero. I'm kind of upset that we stopped reading at a pretty cool cliffhanger, because I was down to read like 4 more chapters. But it was a good run. Yep, yeah, it could have been better, could have been worse. But we're gonna leave it there. Tomorrow, we're gonna be coming back for more Lord of the Mysteries, because I need to see how this fight turned out. I mean, by the time this video's uploaded, maybe like 12 hours from now, 14 hours, like within the day, by the time this video, we'll see. Within 24 hours from the time this video is posted. And this live stream, actually from the point of this live stream, it'd be like a little over a day from now. A little over 24 hours. By the time the video's uploaded, it'd be less than 24 hours from now. I have the stream scheduled now, and I might be reading a little bit of Shadow Slave right now off stream, since I didn't get to read it today and we read for so long. Bro, Red is 22 and he is an official. He has official Unk energy. Cliffhanger is nice. Easy won't be able to resist next stream now. Yeah, I know. All right, so you know what? It's a double-edged sword. And quick disclaimer, for any of you guys in chat, and if you guys are gonna, and for anybody watching the video, if you have not watched Sinners, go out and watch that movie. I was trying to do a review today, but it's like, there's so many other big YouTube channels that do reviews really good, and I've never done them, so I wouldn't even know how the hell to do a review. But it is such a good movie.
Go out and watch that movie. It is so damn good. Oh wait, for all you younglings then, you might have to go with a guardian. You know, it's a rated R movie. You know, and it's the first trailer is really good. I got spoiled about like what happens in the second trailer, so it's like I'm kind of mad I didn't know what like the review was on that movie. But bro, oh, I saw that too. Yeah, I saw Moist Critical's review. I was listening to it before I went live. Bro, it's such a good movie. Wow, I'm doing an outro for Lord of the Mysteries and no more here talking about Sinners. Point is, this was a good stream. I had a lot of fun. We locked in for almost 3 hours. And I'm over here preaching the gospel of the movie Sinners. It is such a good movie. 2 amazing pieces of media. Just saying, 30 is Unk. Hey, don't scare me, guys. I'm in my 20s, okay? Chill. You guys called me Unk once, man. That kind of breaks my heart. Sinners equals devil makes sense? Yeah, look at that. Go watch Sinners. Wait. There's going to be a Lord of the Mystery reference if you watch Sinners. If you know, you know. There is a certain entity that is brought up in Lord of the Mysteries. So if you know, you know. So go watch it. All right, guys. Peace. Have a beautiful day. I'm going to end the recording, but I think I still have to manually end stream on YouTube because my OBS crashed earlier. So peace. I do not remember that at all. What don't you remember? All right. Later, guys. Peace. Have a beautiful day. And I'm over here saying peace on my outros. But you know what? We've been doing this for 6 months. I feel like I should have this down. All right. Later, guys. We should have this down. Okay, we ended the recording, but I'm still live here. Bye and have a great rest of your day. Yeah, take care, guys. I might randomly stream again if I don't read Lord Shadow Slave. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But thank you, guys. 1,800 subscribers. That's crazy. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you guys for tuning in. All right, guys. Peace. Have a beautiful day. I have to stop going with a peace. I just have to say later. All right, later, guys. Take care.